never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Former President Donald Trump appealed the Colorado Supreme Court's decision removing him from the ballot to the U.S. Supreme Court. The High Court quickly agreed to decide the case. Kentucky Republican Senator Rand Paul agrees with the court's decision.
Without question, the Supreme Court has to hear it. When I hear that it's going to be almost a month, though, until the hearing and perhaps longer to the ruling, I'm concerned that even that's too long. I think there needs to be an emergency injunction to shut down any of the states that are wanting to do this.
President Biden and former President Donald Trump both hit the campaign trails on Friday as the 2024 presidential election heats up. Arkansas Republican Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders joins Fox News to discuss how red states are doing ahead of the election.
States like Arkansas and other red states across the country continue to excel and do well. I think this bodes very well for the election coming up in November. I think President Trump is on track. I think there is such a great contrast to what is happening in blue states led by Democrat governors.
New revelations from another Jeffrey Epstein document dump. USA's Laura Winters with the details.
The third batch of Jeffrey Epstein documents unsealed. The new public documents allege Epstein and his associates would target and troll nightclubs looking for teenage girls. Also, new details about Prince Andrew. His butler alleges he received daily massages at Epstein's home in Palm Beach, Florida. And we learn Epstein invoked the Fifth Amendment 500 times during a deposition in 2016, and he dodged questions about former President Bill Clinton and the Clinton Foundation.
A winter storm is bringing a mix of rain and snow to New York and Washington, D.C., while Boston could get at least 6 inches of snow. This is USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed-fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the problem. process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me can understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
As Houston continues to prepare for the College Football Playoffs National Championship, Executive Director of the CFP, Bill Hancock, has his faith in Houston's public safety officials.
The most important team for this weekend is the public safety people. And I can tell you, we've been working here for the last year and more to put this on. But every time we encountered a person from public safety, they were totally professional. And I'll tell you, I'm not losing any sleep about the safety of the fans.
The game will be held at NRG Stadium in Houston, where the Michigan Wolverines will play the Washington Huskies. A 13-year-old from Oklahoma is claiming to be the first person to beat the video game Tetris on Nintendo.
The teen goes by the nickname Blue Scooty online. He posted a video to YouTube, which seemed to show him defeat the famed falling block puzzle game. The record was previously held by an AI bot. He was maybe 40 minutes into playing the game when the teen realized he'd nearly reached the final kill screen. I'm Ryan Daniels.
A restaurant chain is closing stores across the country. USA Radio's Skip Kelly explains.
TGI Fridays is abruptly closing 36 underperforming restaurants, including some in the tri-state. 7 locations are closing in New Jersey and 5 are shutting down in New York. The nearly 60-year-old restaurant chain said the move is part of the company's ongoing growth strategy.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, what do you say? Hi there. Welcome in, welcome aboard. As we wind things down on a Monday, get the hard part behind us. Welcome in. Good to have you with us. Steve Summers with the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Is there any question? Who is the best team in college football? I think it's fair to say the Michigan Wolverines showed they are the best with an exclamation point. Wrapping up the national championship. Congratulations, Wolverines fans. Michigan fans will be probably celebrating into the wee early morning hours there. First national championship since 1997. Well, we got a lot to cover tonight. It's an ugly night for travel. Traveler's weather. We got that coming up. But let's start with the big story Number 1, Michigan dominating number 2, Washington on the ground in the first quarter, allowing itself to be contained for half the game before finishing the fourth quarter exactly where it started the game. Wolverines piled up a history-making 303 yards rushing while obliterating the Huskies on both lines of scrimmage in a 34-13 victory. There you go, College Football Playoff National Championship, which is wrapped up in Houston. They're going to bring the ring back to Ann Arbor, Michigan, first time again since 1997. Running back Blake Corum led the way for the Maize and Blue, 134 yards rushing, 2 touchdowns on 21 touches. It was Donovan Edwards, barely contributing all season while dealing with injuries. He broke loose for 2 first-quarter touchdowns, 104 yards on 6 carries. That 303 yards rushing was not only more than Washington's total yardage in the game, but it was the most yards on the ground by a national title winner in the BCS CFP era. So since 1998, Corum and Edwards becoming the first teammates to each rush for 100-plus yards in a national championship since Eddie Lacy and T.J. Yeldon of Alabama in the 2013 BCS championship game, the first duo to also rush for 2 touchdowns each since Mark Ingram II and Trent Richardson of Alabama in the 2010 BCS title game. Meanwhile, Michigan quarterback J.J. McCarthy actually compiled the fewest yards passing by a winning signal caller. It's 140 yards. Not since Greg McElroy's 58 yards for the Crimson Tide in that 2010 BCS title game. So for Wolverines coach Jim Harbaugh, hoisting the college football trophy Monday night, it is indeed kind of a feather in the cap for the ultimate Michigan man who carried on many tenets injected into the program by his former coach. Harbaugh, who struggled to beat Ohio State across his first 6 seasons at Michigan, has now taken down his program's arch rival in 3 straight seasons, winning as many Big Ten championship games and now a national title. Let's just see how Cap and Ron's feeling about this. It don't get much better than that, does it?
Who has it better than us? Nobody. You know, now it's time for all the haters. Oh, they stole our signs. You know, I've heard it all.
We'll probably hear some of that, right? Undoubtedly. But, well, congratulations, though. Did you get to watch the game, or did you have to listen on the radio? Or
No, I watched it.
Did you?
But you didn't hear that. Yeah. You didn't hear that, though.
No, I didn't hear that.
But, you know, I heard there's a guy I go to church with that, well, he's an Alabama fan. And I said, well, what do you got against Michigan? They're liberal. So I don't know who to vote for on this game. I guess I'll have to vote for Michigan. You know.
Right.
And, well, I don't know. I'm not going to vote for Michigan because I have a Husky. So I'm going to have to go with the Husky. You know, heard that one. But, and I wasn't a Harbaugh fan for years either. But he made some changes in 2020. You know, went to younger staff and all of that. And I feel if you're going to be the coach of Michigan, you have to beat Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're an Ohio coach, you have to beat Michigan.
Correct.
You know, to be a valid, you know, good coach. And Harbaugh wasn't doing that in his first years. And I remained a fan through the Brady Hope fiasco and the Rich Rodriguez years. There's been a lot of years when Michigan wasn't anything. And I guess because of that, they felt that Ohio should have been number one all year, which I thought was wrong all along. You know, and I heard, well, I don't have a horse in this race, so I'm not even going to watch the game. Well, I guess that's your right.
Sure.
But did you hear the other big sports story?
I can't say that I did. What is it?
Tiger Woods and Nike have parted ways after 27 years. So now I don't know who he's going to go with, but that showed up today. But other than that, it was a great Monday, right?
You're closing out the greatest day of the week. There you go. Congratulations.
Closed out the greatest day of the week. Well, that's all I got, but appreciate you taking my call.
After seeing the final score, I fully anticipated Captain Ron would waste no time to check in. Wolverines. There you go. Congratulations. All right, to our travelers' weather. It is an ugly night for travel over a large swath of the country. And we're going to have, we've got this train of storms that'll be coming through. Tonight, we've got everything from blizzard warnings to high wind warnings over from Texas to New England. Wind advisories and high wind warnings. Tornado watches along the Gulf Coast. From southern Louisiana all the way over to the Florida Panhandle, so southern Mississippi, southern Alabama. Winter storm warnings stretching through portions of Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa, on up into Illinois, southern Wisconsin. Winter weather advisories extending all the way up into pretty much the entirety of Michigan. Let's start right here. Millions in the plains and the Midwest. This is going to be the first of a 1-2 punch. You'll barely have time to catch your breath after this massive winter storm affects the region through the day, Tuesday into Tuesday night. Heavy snow, drenching rain, high winds before an even stronger and colder storm blast the region from Friday to Saturday. Forecasters with AccuWeather warning, while this first storm is undoubtedly disrupting travel, the second may shut down travel and create dangerous conditions if you're caught outdoors. We do have blizzard warnings in effect for wide open areas of the Great Plains tonight. That's the first storm tracking towards some of the more heavily populated locations in the Midwest and the interior Northeast. That system eventually shifts on up into Canada as we head toward midweek. But the atmosphere is making up for some lost time in terms of wintry conditions and snow after a relatively mild, snowless start to the season in a large portion of the central states. Large swath of snow and a wintry mix extending eastward from the southern and central plains to the Great Lakes on through the overnight hours tonight. Another pocket of snow and a wintry mix will break out and expand quickly over the central Appalachians and the interior Northeast late tonight into Tuesday morning. During the day ahead, wintry travel conditions will exist over 750,000 square miles. This massive storm slicing across more than 30 states. Snow, ice, rain, thunderstorms. Widespread weather-related delays likely for travelers. Snow of varying intensity with areas of blowing and drifting snow and localized blizzard conditions will continue to shift from northern New Mexico and eastern Colorado all the way over into northern Michigan with this northwest track of the storm. This storm's going to behave like a giant wind machine. Sustained winds 20 to 40 miles per hour, gust 40 to 60 over much of the central and eastern states through the day ahead into Tuesday night. Hundreds of miles of major interstates over the plains in the upper Midwest will be impacted with snowy and or icy conditions on the wintry side of the storm. With those increasing winds, Major cities where forecasters are projecting that 3 to 6 inches of snow between now and Tuesday night include Kansas City, Missouri, Grand Rapids, Michigan, Chicago. Just at the north and west of those cities, including in part of the metro areas, 6 to 10 inches is likely to occur, with some locally higher amounts, including the likes of Topeka, Kansas, Des Moines, Iowa, Omaha, Rockford, Illinois, Madison, Wisconsin. Near and southeast of the storm track, warm winds and plenty of moisture from the storm will have the proverbial fire hose effect, flash flooding from the Mississippi and Ohio valleys Monday night to the Appalachians and Atlantic seaboard Tuesday to Tuesday night. Now, the rain's not only quickly going to dissolve the snow and ice that falls into Tuesday, but likely wash away all the snow that fell from this past weekend's storm. So there's really concern about a lot of flooding occurring. Then you've got severe thunderstorms and even possible tornadoes along the Gulf Coast Monday night and portions of the southeast on through Tuesday from this massive storm. Now, like I said, take a breath. The next storm, system number 2, could actually shut down travel over a broad area. Highway departments, property owners in portions of the plains and Midwest may want to create some more space for additional snow as an even nastier blast is looming Friday into Saturday of this week. The second storm of the week will become stronger and much colder than this first storm. That means more widespread blizzard conditions with plummeting temperatures that cause wet, slushy areas to freeze solid. That second storm may also track a couple of hundred miles further to the east, which is going to put more areas in the Midwest at risk for more wintry aspects from this storm. This more eastward track could throw heavy snow into St. Louis, Detroit, Fort Wayne, Indiana. Now, where airlines may get through the first storm with maybe a few hundred cancellations with ripple effects around the country, second storm could have many more cancellations and more widespread impacts for this upcoming weekend, as they're still going to be in recovery mode after a significant amount of aircraft and crew displacements from system number 1. Now, we're talking, it's possible parts of the plains and the Midwest may see 1 to 2 feet of snow on the ground in the wake of this second storm. Cities that may be hit hard by both storms include Kansas City, Chicago, Milwaukee, Davenport, Iowa. Blowing, drifting snow will be much more substantial and widespread following the second storm and could make the complete removal of snow nearly impossible. Some roads may be clogged with large drifts, stranded vehicles. Those who attempt to drive even short distances during the furious winter storm may be at risk of becoming stranded. This is the type of storm, they tell us, that can put those stuck outdoors at risk for hypothermia, frostbite, as the winds during these upcoming blizzard conditions will range from 40 to 60 miles per hour. Temperatures, real feel, wind chills will be well below zero. I'm looking at some of the forecast models. There are parts of the Dakotas and Minnesota where they're talking 40 and 50 below wind chill factors coming up with this weekend storm. Where the power remains out in the wake of both major storms, people may be shivering as temperatures plummet in the wake of the storm, with the coldest air of the winter so far on the way. Actual temperatures may struggle to get out of the single digits during the day and be well below zero at night in vast portions of the central and plains, the upper Midwest this weekend, as this Arctic air blasts in. For those in the trucking community, if you've been kind of being lenient or skimping on your diesel treatment, your anti-gel, your Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment with Winter Defense, you better start upping things with some of these bitterly cold sub-zero temperatures coming up as we head toward the weekend. Just be prepared, right? It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, hello to Philly Dan as we kick things off here. Good morning. Happy Taco Tuesday. Everybody be safe out there. Yeah, you might want to exaggerate that. Slow it down. I didn't see Big Ed here a few hours ago. Posted some photos wherever he was. It was a snowy mess, and he said, I think that's enough for the day. Parked that truck, got a hot shower, something good to eat, and I guess he's going to wait till the sun comes up to see what awaits the day ahead. Joe Self, morning, Steve, all the Overnight Drive family, 31 cloudy skies in Winchester, Virginia. Have a good night, everybody. Hello to Mary Ann. How about that? Good news. Good morning, Steve, the Overnight family. I have an update. Going home this morning. I bet you could say hallelujah, right? It's been a long stretch in the hospital there. So, yeah, congratulations, Mary Ann. Hello, Gerald. What do we got? He says, Ohio State fans going to have to go to the medicine cabinet tonight, drink a lot of Pepto-Bismol. Yes, indeed. Hello from the Donut Man. 35 clouds here on 271 near Cleveland. Hail to the victors. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew, all the truckers that keep things moving on the highways out here. You guys are the best. That's Steve Thompson checking in. Hello, Kevin. Morning to the Overnight crew. Shorty is rolling I-95 southbound Brunswick, Georgia tonight. 60 degrees. It's rain, rain, rain. Orlando, turnaround number 1 tonight. All right, good afternoon. There's Larry checking in. 30 degrees, Fishkill, New York tonight. It sounds like we need to get the boats ready. Yes, indeed, they're really talking substantial flooding concerns along the eastern seaboard with this storm later today into Wednesday. Gerald said, I left Fort Smith, Arkansas, raining all the way. Now I'm almost to Montgomery, and it's still rain. I think you should be, rain, rain, rain. Hello, Gilligan. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, clear 41 right now, Troutville, Virginia. But there's snow changing to rain coming for the 81 corridor for the northern half of Virginia. Everybody keep it shiny side up. I do see the higher elevations there do have, is it winter? Yeah, winter weather advisories in place. And then flood watches at the same time there in parts of Virginia and West Virginia. Jeffrey from New York City on board, ready for an outstanding show. Welcome back once again. Norman, what do we have? Morning, Steve. It's kind of snowing and blowing here, north central Kansas. We're talking 8 to 10 inches. I believe I-70 is still closed in western Kansas. I know Highway 36 is closed north of me. Everybody stay safe and stay warm out there. Hello to Glenn. Morning, Steve. All the drivers out there, we're finally drying out here in southern Georgia, at least for the moment. Headed to the house in Florida. 55 degrees right now, but big storms on the way. Yes, they are headed your direction. Rubber Duck looks like he made it to the home 20. He said, I beat the snow. Good for you. Timothy checks in. Brain dead. What do we got? Morning, Steve. Happy Friday to me. Rainy, 46 in Memphis tonight. Well, it's the hurry up and wait game tonight, as the warehouse has two speeds, slow and slower. I saw on the news an appearance of a visitor making an appearance, as they're calling for maybe 1 to 3 inches Sunday night into Monday. That will be that second storm system. I'll try to call in later when I get this slow-moving, white-painted grocery truck in motion. Or shall I say slow motion. Hello to Bill. Good morning, Steve. 36 degrees. We've got rain here in southern Illinois. And then Norman followed up, said, looks like all the roads west of Salina, Kansas at this hour are pretty much shut down. I think when you're talking approaching close to a foot of snow, things do get nearly impassable. John says, hello, Captain Ron, go blue. All right, congratulations, Michigan. We'll get to some of the other folks checking in and, of course, get to your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. New revelations from another Jeffrey Epstein document dump.
The third batch of Jeffrey Epstein documents unsealed. The new public documents allege Epstein and his associates would target and troll nightclubs looking for teenage girls. Also, new details about Prince Andrew. His butler alleges he received daily massages at Epstein's home in Palm Beach, Florida. And we learn Epstein invoked the Fifth Amendment 500 times during a deposition in 2016, and he dodged questions about former President Bill Clinton and the Clinton Foundation.
USA's Laura Winters. The U.S. Supreme Court has allowed Idaho's abortion ban to go into effect for now. They also have agreed to hear an appeal in the case, scheduling arguments for April. The court's order is the first time it has weighed in on that state's criminal law banning abortion since the High Court's 2022 decision overturning Roe v. Wade. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Let's get up a big hello to some of our other listening friends checking in as we roll into a Tuesday morning. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. 30 degrees, snow, and the winds are building in Monona, Iowa. Now in a few hours, we load this powerful chrome-plated cow truck, and we're going to go trucking into the blizzard. Yes, sir, live action continues full bore. Happy New Year, Steve, in the Overnight Drive world. We are officially back in the saddle trucking once again, so Jim Harbaugh can now bump championship rings with his brother John. Special New Year shout out to the Trucking Icon Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger from the soon-to-be blizzard in the corn patch. That's not good weather to be trucking in with a load of cattle, is it? Be careful out there, Lauren. Ugly stuff. Hello, Pappy. Better late than never. 35 in the far side of southwest Hamilton County. Rain. I was in a bad cell spot. Anyway, with that said, let it roll. Let them fingers do the dial-in at 844-844-3388. Give Steve a call. Give him a piece of what's on your mind. Hammer down. Stay safe out there. Keep it between the spotted and the solid. As always, are you with me? All right, gotcha. Jason said, just heard North Carolina declaring a state of emergency. Okay, I'll see if I can pull that up. Copy the mail, 5-7. Michigan Madman. Celebrating tonight, are you? Hell yes, what a night. Michigan wins, and I was able to catch the feature race at the Chili Bowl Nationals midget race after the game. This is one of the greatest weeks in racing, as the Chili Bowl Nationals are on all week from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Also, on a sad note, I lost a good racing friend this past morning, Tim Steele. And we bought a race car from him as he was just entering into ARCA, which he won a few championships there and went on into NASCAR, filled in for Davey Allison after he passed away in that helicopter crash years ago. All right, sorry to hear that. Michigan Mad, good to have you on board. Eskimo Mom, howdy, Overnight Nation. Happy Monday, Tuesday, whatever day it is for you. 70 days till spring. Now, I'm normally off tonight, but for some reason we had too much freight, not enough drivers. Dispatch asked if I could come in and run a load, so instead of doing my normal run, I'll be running a 2-stop Lexington, Kentucky pedal. Should be done when I get back. I know you're playing in the rain, though. It's coming down pretty good out there. It's been raining since I went through Cincinnati. We're supposed to see a bit of a wintry mix at the home 20 before warming up into all rain today. It's raining. We're at 36 Florence, Kentucky. So, yeah, you're going to be in the rain, all the way down there to Lexington. Yeah, when the rain, when the precip first started, it was a little bit of sleet, a few flakes of snow mixed in briefly as the warmer air begins to overrun. Aren't they saying like southern Ohio in the lower 50s before those temperatures then plummet as we get ready for that weekend storm, which will be a totally different scenario. Hello, Dingbat checks in. Home for the night because the knee's having fits. It's swollen. It hurts. About 46 degrees here at the home 20. Just chilling out, listening in, enjoying Home Alone with the dogs snoring. Hope all is well with everybody out there. Be safe. This crazy Mother Nature coming through. Oh, yeah. How many days till Christmas? Asking for a friend. Thanks, Dingbat. Have a great night. Let me take you, before we get to the calls, another breaking scenario. Monday afternoon in historic downtown Fort Worth, Texas, an explosion. And we're talking one hell of an explosion at a historic Texas hotel that blew out windows, littering downtown streets, large sections of debris from the building, 21 injured according to reports, including one in critical conditions. That blast flinging doors and entire sections of wall out onto the roadway in front of the 20-story hotel, where authorities said rescue crews found several people trapped in the basement, 15 taken to hospitals, including 6 whose conditions were described as semi-critical by MedStar, which provides ambulance and emergency medical services there in Fort Worth. More than 24 rooms were occupied in the Sandman Signature Hotel at the time of the blast. Authorities say they believe a gas leak causing the explosion, which happened in the middle of the afternoon at the start of the work week here. The hotel had been undergoing construction, they say. There was debris, there's insulation, office furniture, said one eyewitness. He was working nearby when he saw it. He saw a big flash and what sounded like thunder. Everything that was in the first couple of floors of the building was blown out all over the street. Now, this particular hotel, the Sandman Signature Hotel, is a busy area downtown Fort Worth, about a block from the Fort Worth Convention Center. Footage from news helicopters showing firefighters picking their way through the piles of drywall, shattered glass, mangled metal that coated the street outside the hotel. Obviously, people are being advised to avoid the area this past evening. Spokesman for the Fort Worth Fire Department said a restaurant in the building had been under construction, but said it's not definitive if that's where the blast actually originated. Rebecca Martinez was among those in nearby buildings who recalled hearing a loud crack and seeing a wall of dust and debris sweeping through the city streets. Stepping outside to see what happens, she came upon a man and a woman leaning up against a fire hydrant. The guy was all bloody. His face was all bloodied, she said. Then I started smelling natural gas, real intense. And I thought I might need to get away from here. Moments later, she said authorities evacuated her building and some of the surrounding neighborhood. A delivery driver for UPS was doing a pickup nearby when she said she heard the large boom and saw the puff of black smoke, a large piece of metal grating, landing under her truck, and another dropping nearby. I just jumped out and took off running. A gray haze covering normally busy streets of downtown Fort Worth as firefighters worked their way through layers of debris. Remnants of the building laying shattered across the street and over parked vehicles. Gaping holes could be seen on the ground. Investigators are working with federal investigators to determine the cause of the blast. The scene had left rescue teams unable to immediately reach some parts of the building. Now, they did say we had reports of people trapped in the basement, and because of the explosion that took place, some of those access areas were either covered up or it didn't feel safe at that point to get people down into. Technicians from Atmos Energy, a Dallas-based natural gas distributor, were examining the blast site this past evening. Spokesperson for the Railroad Commission of Texas, the state's oil and gas regulator, said an agency inspector was also on the scene working with local authorities there. Northland Properties, the Canadian company that owns the hotel, said in a statement they are working with officials to determine how the explosion occurred, how much damage it caused. The safety and well-being of the team members and guests is our priority. So that's pretty significant. I saw the photographs, and that was unreal there in downtown Fort Worth, Texas. Again, at this point, no reports of fatalities, amazingly, with the strength of that blast. I hope that stays the case. Well, right, Wingnut, how we doing out there?
Yeah, doing well. Gummit boy, it is cold as all get out here. Even the ice cubes have little prickly skin on them, ice dumps. So it's cold. That's all I can say. Well, I thought the football game was all right. I just couldn't understand why Alabama was in blue and Texas had a big W on their helmet. That didn't make no sense, but congratulations to the Crimson Tide on a game well played.
Okay.
So, what? Did I miss something?
I think
anyway.
you're a tad bit confused there. That was Michigan. Wolverines, Wingnut. It's the Wolverines won that game.
Alabama changed their name too? Oh, my goodness. Where have I been?
Oh, my.
So, anyways, I don't know. My wife says the same thing. You missed it. It's like, what I missed? So, anyways, yeah, nothing much happening over the weekend. Just, excuse me, smoking them cigars and drinking that fine grade adult beverages. Oh, yeah. I didn't have really nothing to drink over, but, yeah, the football games. Well, I tell you what, it looks like Cincinnati beat the living hell out of somebody out there. Who was that, the Browns?
Yeah, it was Cleveland.
31-10.
It's 13 something, whatever.
Yeah, too bad. Seemed like Cincinnati had a good team, just a bunch of people getting hurt.
Yep.
And then Dallas pulls out a victory, goes from number 7 to number 2. Oh, I tell you what, those Eagles, they're not doing too good. I bet you they're going to be out the first game they play in the postseason. They just don't look like they were when they were 10-1 earlier this year.
Yep. They're limping into the playoffs, no doubt, limping in.
Yeah, just like Kansas City. I mean, they 9-7, 10-7 wins, but good night. They're a shell of their former selves. And the Ravens, who cares about the Ravens? Well, anyways, I'm gonna get off here, grab me a hot coffee so I can get this cold out of my bones. Going down to southern New Mexico for a little bit. And I got to turn around and come back to Albuquerque. So I'm going to let you go. You have yourself a good night.
All right, be careful out there. Safe travels. Yeah, we even have you got blizzard warnings there in northeastern portions of New Mexico. You have the Texas, Oklahoma, Panhandle region, about the western half of Kansas, on into south central and southwestern Nebraska. Yeah, the winds are really going to begin kicking here. It's all heading off to the east. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, what do you say? A couple of industry headlines. What do we start off with here on a Tuesday morning? Well, this past day, Monday, the 8th of January, Love's Travel Centers, Love's, celebrated the opening of the company's first store in Watonga, Oklahoma from 1964. Love's say they're proud to be the only major travel stop chain that remains fully owned, family-owned and operated. Today, Love's operating 637 locations in 42 states, employing 40,000 workers in North America and Europe. Statement from the Love family this past day. That year, Tom and Judy Love were looking for a way to support their growing family, so they leased a filling station in Watonga, and with Tom's boots-on-the-ground, community, and people-focused mentality, which he's kept his entire career, that one store led to a nationally recognized brand. While a lot has changed in 6 decades, the heart of Love's has not, and it's now alive in 4 generations of our family. We're so grateful for incredible team members, past and present, whose contributions play a role in shaping the company, growth and innovation of our product offerings, living our core values and culture every day, and dedication to clean places, friendly faces are what this company was started on in 1964. Today, we proudly stand on that foundation, and we know our best is still ahead. Tom Love said it best when he said, "Yesterday's trophies do not win tomorrow's games." Even after 6 decades, we still live by that motto, constantly innovating and improving. Shane Wharton is currently president of Love's. The secret formula behind the company's success is our employees and how they model the core values Love's was built on and sustained a legacy of driving for excellence. So how about that? Everything starts somewhere, and when Tom and Judy purchased that first little filling station, they had no idea what Love's Travel Centers would ultimately become. Meanwhile, I'm trying to recall, I think that it gets underway. It's maybe yesterday, today, the big show in Las Vegas, the Consumer Electronics Show. I think it maybe starts today, the 9th. Peterbilt Motors Company will be there, giving the public a closer look at what is being called Super Truck 2. Very unique at the Las Vegas Trade Show this week. If you want to get a closer look at Super Truck 2, you'll get the opportunity Consumer Electronics Show, there it is, January 9th, starts today through January 12th in Las Vegas. Peterbilt says they'll have the Super Truck 2 demonstrator truck on hand for the public to view at the PACCAR exhibit. Booth number 3501 at the Consumer Electronics Show. Super Truck 2, they explain, features an innovative aerodynamic shape with a center drive position that improves overall visibility. It's kind of the trend with the newer, with the likes of the Elon Musk's electric truck. And this going to the one seat, dead center in the vehicle, just one person behind the glass there. It's totally different. A right-hand entry stand-up door, pop-out windows, cameras in place of mirrors, custom tires and wheels. Other features include a mild hybrid powertrain, a waste heat recovery system, and a lightweight chassis for improved fuel economy. The split-level cab and sleeper features a large wraparound dash, 15-inch digital dash display for virtual gauges and critical vehicle data, an additional display for HVAC, infotainment and navigation controls, an articulated seat that rotates left and right, and a pull-out desk. I was able to see some of the photographs they shared there. One thing I noticed is the very, very low ground clearance on this. Everything's supposed to be totally aerodynamic, trying to get that best fuel economy. But you talk about looking to get high-centered, or I'm assuming some of these skirts are probably flexible, pliable, but probably be tearing them up in a heartbeat out there. I mean, literally just inches off the ground. It is 844-844-3388. Hello, Scarecrow.
Well, Steve, winter in Wisconsin is very doable right now. I'm about halfway between Madison and Milwaukee on I-94. And we've been holding about 34, 36 degrees and had a little white buildup on the shoulders, but roadways just wet, spray, kind of cool. I see the weather alerts, the signs, they say Madison alert starts about 6 a.m. So, no, it'd be good overnight driving to this point anyway. Farther west you go, the temperature, it hung about 32 degrees from La Crosse to Madison. The salt shakers are out there making their presence known. And I don't know, just west of Madison, it looked like 2 sets of doubles maybe. It kind of decided to dance around a little bit and wound up well off of the roadway. I don't know. It may have been a one long trailer and 2 doubles. That it was hard to decipher rolling by, but so I haven't heard whether that was road conditions or just wiggle wagons doing what they do best,
Right.
So yeah, our weather up to the west side, that was supposed to take effect about midnight. So I'm speculating or assuming I'll find some white road cover when I get back that way later on in the morning here. Steve, I only have one thing for you here, at the moment, regarding that Alaskan Airlines incident for the panel that blew out. It was shortly before I left tonight. I did a search on it again, and there's been, having the drama here. All these that they've been inspecting that have been grounded, they've been finding several with loose
bolts.
Fasteners.
Yes, loose bolts. I said United Airlines.
Yeah.
I see was saying that they found I don't know, more than one. I mean, I guess they're describing it as loose bolts on some of these planes.
Yeah, and Evening News, the interviewer has just suggested that the subcontractor that would have been involved with these doors and hatch panels, or however you want to describe them, that that they would certainly be coming into the mix. Now, this very plane that had this incident, it was reported 3 times. The pilots had reported a warning light regarding pressurization problems on that plane.
Right.
No, and I know I read this right, Steve. It was advised that the plane not fly over open water.
Correct.
What the hell is that?
They were no longer using this. I mean, I guess this plane was making flights back and forth to Hawaii, and they opted to let's not send this thing to Hawaii. But yeah, due to that particular issue is what they were saying. I have the rest of the info there. If you want to, got to pause though for a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. A series of winter storms is creating havoc in the Northeast, across the Central Plains, and in the Midwest. From Wisconsin to Colorado, there are winter storm alerts being posted affecting millions of Americans. This weekend's winter weather in the Northeast is giving way to storms that are triggering flood and high wind warnings. Thousands of flights have been canceled or delayed as a result. Boeing is grounding a specific model plane for inspections after a huge piece broke away during a flight loaded with passengers.
We could have ended up with something so much more tragic.
NTSB Chair Jennifer Hamendi, as the FAA orders inspections of the Boeing 737-9 MAX model after that scare in the air on Friday. A door blowing off an Alaska Airlines flight while the plane at 16,000 feet, while passengers forced to immediately put on their oxygen masks as the pilot lands safely.
USA's Laura Winters. There is another new budget agreement being announced by congressional leaders this week. It would keep the government funded through 2024. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and Speaker of the House Mike Johnson made a joint announcement of the nearly $1.7 trillion deal on Sunday. There will be more debate surrounding the issue of continuing support for Ukraine versus ramped up efforts to secure the border.
These were policy choices that created this chaos, and it is thus policy choices that could change it.
In an interview with CBS Face the Nation, Johnson called on the Biden administration to return to the Trump-era Remain in Mexico policy. House Speaker Johnson, at the same time, formally inviting President Biden to deliver the 2024 State of the Union address. Louisiana Republicans set the date for Thursday, March 7th. It would be the latest the address has been given before a joint session of Congress since the 1930s. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken says during a visit to the Middle East it is imperative to ensure all displaced Palestinians in Gaza have the ability to return to their homes.
Palestinian civilians must be able to return home as soon as conditions allow. They cannot, they must not be pressed to leave Gaza.
He spoke during a news conference in Qatar on Sunday. He says more than 90% of the region is dealing with food shortages and says getting more humanitarian aid into Gaza will be crucial. President Joe Biden traveling to South Carolina today and will stop by the church in Charleston where 9 black worshipers were gunned down by a white supremacist back in 2015. The White House says Biden will use Charleston's Mother Emanuel AME Church as a backdrop to a message about fighting hate and extremism. Meanwhile, Vice President Kamala Harris delivering a keynote address in South Carolina over the weekend to mark the 3rd anniversary of the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. Another Golden Globes Awards ceremony in the books, and it included several first-time winners, like for Best Male and Female Performance in a Limited Series. Upstart actors Ali Wong and Steven Yeun won for their roles in the show Beef.
Yeah, I'm just so thankful. I'm just the recipient of a long line of compassion and love and protection and goodwill. So I appreciate this.
The movie Barbie came into last night's Golden Globes with the most nominations across the board. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you so much. Welcome back. Or if you're just joining us, welcome aboard. Closing out a Monday, we're working our way time zone to time zone. Tuesday, 9th day of January coming on here. If you love a rainy night or if you love a snowy night, there's a little bit of everything out there for you. A series of storms will spread rain and heavy mountain snow across the Northwest and Northern Rockies. Ahead of an Arctic outbreak, the first of multiple storms moving from over the Pacific into the Northwest and British Columbia on into the day today, Tuesday. Snow levels will rise to about 6,000 feet overnight tonight, Monday night into Tuesday across the Cascades as some warm air is ushered into the region. So you'll see a brief mix of rain and snow before the colder air returns, dropping snow levels all the way down to 2,000 feet by later Tuesday morning. So deteriorating travel conditions through the mountain passes today as the center of that storm moves inland into the day. Tuesday, rain and snow becoming heavy across the northwest. Many travelers along the I-5 corridor, Seattle, Portland, Eugene, Oregon. Slow travel with ponding of water on the roadways. Now, along with the rain and snow, strong winds again spreading into the northwest and northern Rockies on into Tuesday night. You put those two together, strong winds and heavy snow, there will be near zero visibility at times. Very difficult, if not impossible, travel across the mountains. Blizzard warnings have been issued for the Cascade Mountains in Oregon, as well as Washington, as that stormy pattern persists through the week. Heavy snow will continue across the northwest and the northern Rockies, accumulating snow from the Cascades and the Sierra Nevada into parts of Utah and western Wyoming. Snow levels expected to be below 2,000 feet through much of the week, so snow will be accumulating across some of the lower slopes of the coastal ranges. Some of the highest snowfall totals so far this season are expected this week. We're going to be talking about snow in the feet rather than inches. Widespread totals 2 to 4 feet at pass level across the Oregon and Washington Cascades. Some snow may mix in with rain at times across some of the I-5 cities, Seattle and Portland. Now, the most recent time snow accumulated in Seattle was February 26, while Portland last saw snow the 22nd of February. So it's been a year. But then get ready for the coldest air so far this season across the western U.S. Late this week, the jet stream's going to plunge southward, and Arctic air is going to be surging in, starting over the western half of the country. In the coldest areas, temperatures may struggle to get above zero during the day. In the northern Rockies, maybe as low as 30 below zero. That's not wind chills. That's air temperatures 30 below at night. I'm telling you, if you're going to be out there, make sure you're treating that fuel. The colder air in place will result in snowfall across lower elevations across the region as that next storm is slated to move onshore in the northwest on into the weekend. Busy times for the forecasters. We left off there. We were talking to Scarecrow about the more you learn, the more you scratch your head and say, what the Boeing jetliner that suffered the in-flight blowout over Oregon over the weekend, they now say was not being used for flights to Hawaii because a warning light that could have indicated a pressurization problem had lit up on 3 other different flights. Alaska Airlines had decided to restrict the aircraft from long flights over water so the plane could return very quickly to an airport if that warning light reappeared. According to the National Transportation Safety Board, shares of Boeing tumbled 9% at the opening bell Monday, the first day of trading since that incident occurred. Shares of Alaska Airlines down 4%, and Spirit Aerosystem, which builds the fuselage for the Boeing 737 MAX, plunged 14%. Now, Jennifer Hummondy with the Transportation Board cautioned that the pressurization light may be unrelated to Friday's incident where the plug covering an unused exit door blew off that plane as they were cruising about 3 miles over Oregon. But they do say that warning light had come on during 3 previous flights, December the 7th, Wednesday and Thursday, the day before the door plug broke off. Now, Hamidi said she didn't have all the details regarding the December 7 incident, but specified the light came on during a flight on Wednesday and on Thursday after the plane had landed. Alaska ordered additional maintenance to look at the light, but it had not been completed before Friday's incident. She did say, we plan to look at that more. We've requested documentation on all defects since delivery of the aircraft, which was on Halloween Day, October 31. The NTSB said the lost door plug was found Sunday near Portland, Oregon, in the backyard of a home. So investigators will obviously examine the plug, which is 26 by 48 inches, weighs 63 pounds, as they look for signs of maybe how it broke free. They'll not have the benefit of hearing what was going on in the cockpit during the flight. Here's another faux pas. The cockpit voice recorder, one of two so-called black boxes, recorded over the flight's sounds after 2 hours, so it was overwritten. At a news conference, Humbody provided some new details about the chaotic scene that unfolded on the plane, the explosive rush of air that damaged several rows of seats, pulling insulation from the walls. The cockpit door flew open and banged into the lavatory door. The force ripped the headset of the co-pilot, and the captain lost part of her headset. A quick reference checklist kept within easy reach of the pilots flew out of the open cockpit. Now, they do say 2 cell phones that appeared to have belonged to passengers on that terrifying flight were actually found on the ground. One was discovered in a yard, the other on the side of a road there. Both of those have been turned over to the National Transportation Safety Board, but it's just, it gets more bizarre by the minute. Welcome back, Scarecrow.
Well, Steve, corporate America, they're all about public relations and image. And when the word keeps getting around about they were given the green light to keep flying the plane when issues apparently, that can't possibly help Alaskan Airlines. At minimum, you wouldn't think. Like, say you bring Boeing and the others into the mix. No, there's going to be some extreme finger pointing over this thing. That's for certain. But one of my boys, tongue in cheek, when they brought up about they were advised not to fly over water, he said, well, it's not as expensive and easier to recover debris from dry ground than the ocean depths. Well, and that's truth, though. Not that would come into play here. I can't imagine, but so no, there's more to follow here, I'm sure. I know maybe there never will be a complete rest of the story.
Mm-hmm.
Now we'll wash our ears out with this one, Steve. Right at the tail end of the news report, there was a mention of the Golden Globes, that movie Barbie. I don't know if it was up for nomination or if it got an award or such. I couldn't have cared less for that movie until about 2 weeks back. My kids were home for Christmas, and they said, we should watch A Wolf of Wall Street. I'd never seen it before. It was, Leonardo DiCaprio.
Right.
Well, if you know the movie, Steve, you maybe know where I'm going with this.
Absolutely. Margot Robbie, whatever her name is. Yes.
The name does not ring a bell at all, but in The Wolf of Wall Street, Steve, and for all the listeners out there, there's full frontal nudity. And here is the star of Barbie in all her glory.
Yes.
So I'm speculating there will be a few that'll be during the search on Netflix for Wolf of Wall Street this weekend, Steve. That's all I got for you now. We'll see how the night progresses.
Very good. Thank you so much. And plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. All right, I did a little search there. Whoever it was that mentioned North Carolina declared a state of emergency. Dateline Charlotte. State leaders are preparing for severe weather that will impact the southeast today, Tuesday. Governor Roy Cooper declaring a state of emergency for the state ahead of severe thunderstorms that are expected today. That declaration allows restrictions on truck weight, size, and hours of service to be lifted to ensure essential products are delivered as fast as possible. There's a chance for strong to severe storms, winds of 50 miles per hour, flooding range 1 to as much as 4 inches, and even tornadoes across the Carolinas, including the Charlotte area. According to local forecasters, downed trees and power outages are expected across the state. The worst of the weather arrives around noon today, and all severe threats should close by the evening. This storm has the potential to bring high winds and other dangerous conditions to North Carolina. People should be aware and take precautions according to the governor's press release. Be sure your emergency kits are up to date. Pay attention to the weather in your area, especially any alerts such as flash flood warnings. They offered several tips for locals to prepare for today's impending storms. Have multiple ways to receive emergency info, including watches and warnings. Make sure emergency alerts are enabled on your cell phone and have some sort of a weather app downloaded. Have a plan to know where you will go. If you need to evacuate, make a plan to stay with family, friends, or a hotel. Public shelter should be a last resort. Gather some emergency supplies or refresh your emergency kit. Never drive through flooded roadways or around barricades. Make sure you know where to seek shelter if a tornado warning is issued for your area. Ensure, again, you have multiple ways to receive warnings, especially if the potential for severe weather moves through during nighttime hours. That doesn't sound like that's supposed to be the case there today, though. All right, check to see if your community offers emergency alert services for their residents. And obviously, as the storms push through, avoid any unnecessary travel. So North Carolina prepping for some potentially nasty weather later in the day today. So what have we got? 844-844-3388. Hello to Cliff checking in from Hamilton tonight. Looks like there's the Batman. Good morning, everybody. Batman checks in. Matthew, morning, Steve. Right now, 39 degrees. Feels like 28 with the winds gusting up to 55 miles per hour here in Fort Worth. Brr, chilly night. Wow. All right, they told him that these wind advisories are widespread. Wind advisories through much of Texas, Oklahoma, pretty much everything from right about the Texas-New Mexico line all the way to the eastern seaboard, literally everything under wind advisories or high wind warnings. The high wind warnings, much of the Texas Panhandle, western Oklahoma, you got high wind warnings. Obviously, the mountains, eastern Tennessee, western North Carolina, coastal areas, all up and down the eastern seaboard, and a good chunk of New York, all anticipating big-time winds. This is a monster of a storm. Get back to your calls right after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, it was a little less than 24 hours ago. We were kind of watching, waiting, counting down for the launch of an actual moon mission. Not a manned moon mission, but an actual mission to the moon with a rover and the likes. The Astrobotic. Things not going well, apparently. Updates over the past day. They're talking of an anomaly the Peregrine lunar lander is experiencing, and it appears the mission will not go as planned after all. Unfortunately, it appears the failure within the propulsion system is causing a critical loss of propellant, according to the company. The team is working to try and stabilize this loss, but given the situation, we've prioritized maximizing the science and data that we can capture. We're assessing what alternative mission profiles might be feasible at this time. Astrobotic's history-making private lunar lander, the initial report says, has experienced an anomaly on the way to the moon. They had launched into an elliptical orbit in the wee hours of Monday morning atop the Vulcan Centaur rocket built by United Launch Alliance, the maiden voyage of the ULA's new launch vehicle, and the Peregrine lander, the potential to be the first private mission ever to touch down safely on the lunar surface. Doesn't look like that's likely to happen now. Just hours into the voyage, this anomaly began to occur that may threaten the entire moon landing mission. After successful propulsion system activation, Peregrine entered a safe operational state. Unfortunately, an anomaly then occurred, which prevented Astrobotic from achieving a stable sun-pointing orientation. That was released about 7 hours after the launch from Cape Canaveral, responding in real time as the situation unfolds, providing updates as more data is obtained and analyzed. In their second update, they reported that the propulsion issue was the cause, likely the cause of the unstable sun pointing is the propulsion anomaly. That, if proven true, threatens the ability of the spacecraft to actually soft land on the moon. You can't run out of propellant, right? Now, that first update I gave you from like early afternoon yesterday was actually the fourth update. So, yeah, it looks like all bets are kind of off now for that potential moon landing there. Meanwhile, Horse Brothers.
Hey, morning, Your Honor. That's kind of a disappointment there. I think when you were talking about it there last night, I was trying to look, and I came up with some space flight or something, and actually they had a video on it, so I think I actually was able to watch the launch of it while we kind of talked about it a little bit. I didn't know if you got a chance to look, and you said you couldn't get online and look with everything you're running, but I didn't know if you might be able to use your phone as an independent device maybe, next time if there's a launch going on, maybe you could have your phone set up there.
Mike could do that,
and, on the World Wide Web and keep track of it there so you could actually see real time what was going on. But, so anyways, that's kind of a disappointment so I guess I don't even know what type of propellant they're using for that part. Now, there was another part of it. Wasn't it supposed to go around the sun or something, loop around the sun? Is that still going on? Or
the mission was the launch that took place. It was going to make several loops and kind of slingshot around the Earth and then head to the moon and kind of do several orbits around there. Then once they deployed, I guess, the Peregrine thing, then whatever was left was then supposed to head to the I guess, to slingshot toward the sun. I think all that's probably going to be off now.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know if they could still just drop their payload and let the other one continue on its mission, or how all that was going to work. But so anyways, here's something you always call and you always never remember what you're going to say. And a while back there, of course, Captain Ron there, he's all about Big Blue and all that. And so speaking of them, now the coach of the Ravens, is he Jim or John? I never remember which one's Big Blue and which one's the black and purple there. Is
yeah, I've memories.
Which one is which?
Jim is Michigan. Joe, I believe, is the other.
John then is Jim and John. So it must be John Harbaugh is the Ravens. So anyways, well, now with Jim Harbaugh, now there was a whole deal there with them stealing plays, right?
Mm-hmm.
That they were stealing plays. So when they played the team, and they were talking that he might not be able to continue being coach in Michigan and where he might go. And he'd already had a career in the NFL, correct? Wasn't he a head coach in the NFL? And either he didn't make it, or his players weren't good enough to make it, or the other coaches under him weren't good enough support to make the team make it, so that he kind of ended up going to Michigan because of that, correct?
I'm not up to speed enough on him. I don't really know. That'd be questions for Cap and Ron.
I'm pretty sure that's a thing I remember from a while back there, a few years back. So there's this whole new deal going on now of.
Hey, I'm looking at the clock, so hang on. We'll pause right there.
USA News Update. New revelations from another Jeffrey Epstein document dump.
The third batch of Jeffrey Epstein documents unsealed. The new public documents allege Epstein and his associates would target and troll nightclubs looking for teenage girls. Also, new details about Prince Andrew. His butler alleges he received daily massages at Epstein's home in Palm Beach, Florida. And we learn Epstein invoked the Fifth Amendment 500 times during a deposition in 2016, and he dodged questions about former President Bill Clinton and the Clinton Foundation.
USA's Laura Winters. The U.S. Supreme Court has allowed Idaho's abortion ban to go into effect for now. They also have agreed to hear an appeal in the case, scheduling arguments for April. The court's order is the first time it has weighed in on that state's criminal law banning abortion since the High Court's 2022 decision overturning Roe v. Wade. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Forecasters had told us for several days there would be a severe weather side to this system, especially along the Gulf Coast. That's why we have tornado watches in place tonight. And just issued from the National Weather Service office in New Orleans, literally about 4 minutes ago, tornado warning for southern Mississippi as this line is pushing through. And this may be a first for me in all my years of sharing and following weather and sharing. I have never seen a system reported as moving at 80 miles per hour. And that is the case. Let's see, tornado warning. North Harrison County in southern Mississippi and northwestern Jackson County. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Biloxi, moving northeast at 80 miles per hour. This is a radar-indicated rotation. That's unheard of. Yeah, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. If you're out there rolling along Interstate 10 in Mississippi between the 36 and 49 mile markers, Interstate 110 in Mississippi between mile markers 1 and 4, that warning includes those interstates, but 80 miles per hour. So, regardless of a tornado, a system moving at that rate of speed, if those winds are down to ground level, you're talking, straight line winds at least reaching that magnitude. Wow. So we'll continue to maybe keep an eye on the severe weather side of this system as we roll into a Tuesday. All right, Horse Feathers, thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, and if those winds can get channeled at all, even at 80 miles an hour, if they get channeled or go through a valley, hills, or whatever, they can increase in speed as well. So you're looking at possibly gusts up over 100 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
So, and don't forget, we got friends from the cruise down there. Jeff and Dawn are down there, and I know she reported that they had hail down there yesterday, Monday, whatever day. Do we ever know what day it is when we're on the air with you?
Well, we're still kind of. It's Tuesday for a few time zones. It's still Monday out west in the mountain. Right.
So anyways, I guess, best wishes to Jeff and Dawn and all those good people down there in Mississippi, and hope that they're all safe. But anyways, because Jeff's always listening. He's out here. He don't call, but he listens all the time, and he's a big supporter. Anyways, so there's my shout out to Jeff. So Mr. Harbaugh there, to Coach Harbaugh in Michigan, people talked there on this program before that he wasn't going to stay with Michigan, or Michigan wouldn't want him to stay, and maybe he's going to be seeking a career in the NFL. And I'm pretty sure that he's already had his career in the NFL, and it didn't work out so well. But there's this new league that they're talking about, that
right.
XFL and the USFL's all merging and going to be bigger and better and huge, Your Honor. It's going to be huge.
Yeah, right.
So anyways, maybe he's going to look at having a career over there in that new forum, and see how things work out over there, and see if he can steal plays and from the other teams and capitalize on it. And I don't know. That's just me surviving. I could care less about sports. It's fun to pick on it, but I don't spend a plumb nickel on it, Your Honor. So if they're expecting to get a $700 million contract being paid for by me, I got news for them. I got money going to Make-A-Wish for. I got money going to them. Anyways, so sorry, players. But so anyways, I guess the big elephant in the room, as you were just talking, is the weather. So we got weather coming in here, and they're talking, depending on where you're at, out on the eastern shore here, the Delmarva's talking that 80-mile-an-hour wind.
Mm-hmm.
And so as you get further inland, it's dropping to 50, 60, and you get to western Maryland towards West Virginia, and it's down 40, 50-mile-an-hour winds. But the other factor we got going on is somewhere between 3 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon on Tuesday here is high tide. So they're talking high tide somewhere between 4 and 6 feet above normal with the winds, because the winds are going to be pushing coming from the south. They're going to be pushing the water up the Chesapeake Bay and up into the Baltimore Harbor and all the areas there that, the marinas are. And so anybody that still has boats out there docked and all that, you got to have enough extra rope on them that they can withstand,
mm-hmm.
without tearing loose or breaking stuff, the extra height of the high tide. And then actually when the tide goes back out, you can't have them get away. So I don't know what these good people are supposed to do with their boats, whether they're supposed to ride the storm out on the boat or how it's all supposed to go. But I guess we'll find out more. But that's one of the big issues around here is that we'll have a lot of the big flooding going on, and they've actually had a lot of reconstruction of buildings from back. I think it was Isabel was the big storm that came up through here quite a few years ago, and they've actually made houses that have to be raised up higher, and they have
mm-hmm.
doors in the lower foundation. They're not really foundation because they're kind of on a slab, but that lower level actually has doors that allows the water to go through the houses, so that when the tide comes up and fills everything with water, they actually have like a quick release door, and so when the water goes to go back out, it can flow through, and it's kind of an interesting concept and everything. But yeah, so they're talking 2-3 inches of rain without any problem here. Eastern Shore, I think, is talking well over 4 inches of rain. So anybody coming up this way tomorrow, anytime starting, they're talking 8, 9 o'clock in the morning, the rain's supposed to start and last all day and into the night. And then the winds are supposed to get bad, especially going towards the back side of the storm. And so the last two things I got for you here, besides shout out to Jeff because he says he's listening, the state of Maryland is coming up with all proposals to try to raise revenue, and they're talking about an air tax to help with this climate change crap.
Right.
And the other thing they're talking about is they're going after the electric cars, Your Honor, the electric and hybrid cars. Do you know what they're going to do? They are going to they want to raise the registration cost for the electric and hybrid cars. And my wife is like, well, why are they just doing them? Why are they picking on them? And I said, well, they don't pay gas tax.
They don't
go
the
to
fuel
the gas
tax.
station.
Exactly.
That's absolutely right. So they are looking at that, but I was, you got to look into this Maryland and see if you can figure out what this air toll is. They're gonna toll the air, Your Honor. I don't know, because they can't toll existing highways, so they're going to toll the air. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe you can explain that. And have you talked about the explosion that happened down in Texas? Have they come up with any more interesting scenarios of what caused that explosion down there in Texas?
Natural gas construction was going on at the hotel at the time, and 21 injured. No fatalities at this point, but 21 injured.
Well, that's good to hear, because usually with something like that, it can
It
could be a lot of bad things happen. But anyways, well, best of luck to them down there, and of course they got the weather going on there as well, I believe. So, anyways,
got their 50+ mile an hour winds going on as we speak down there. Yeah, Eastern Seaboard. I mean, not often do you see the big waves. And, on the Pacific side, they're accustomed to, you get massive waves out there and swells. I mean, breaking waves along the Eastern Sea, the Maryland beaches, the Northampton there in Virginia. They're talking 8 to 12 foot breaking waves in the surf zone here today. So you've got the high surf advisories. The winds from Salisbury on up to Atlantic City. 40, 60 mile an hour sustained winds they're talking about for later in the day today. And initially those winds are going to be onshore winds. It's gust up to 60+. I guess your wind advisories, those will kick in later this afternoon. Looks like 6 o'clock Tuesday afternoon till about 4 o'clock Eastern Wednesday morning, 4 a.m. Definitely going to be talking down tree limbs, power outages, all that fun stuff. Meanwhile, Captain, well, there he is, so we'll get it straight from the horse's mouth. Hello, Captain Ron.
Hello, thanks for taking me back. I've got a couple of answers for horse feathers. John Harbaugh is the Baltimore Ravens coach. He's the older brother of Jim, the Michigan coach. Their dad coached college football for like 41 years. His name's Jack. But I think he was there at Michigan. But Jim Harbaugh did have a stint in the professionals with the San Francisco 49ers, and he went up against his brother in 2013 for the Super Bowl. You remember a quarterback, Colin Kaepernick? Does that ring a bell?
Yes, it seemingly does.
Yeah, he was the quarterback of the 49ers. Well, Jim Harbaugh was a quarterback in his playing day, and he molded Kaepernick into the quarterback he became, and they went up against, the Ravens for the Super Bowl. Well, and then Kaepernick started all the kneeling and all of that, kind of messed that all up. And I'm not sure how long Harbaugh stayed, but I think he went from the 49ers to Michigan. I think that's when he started I'm not sure. I don't know. But I did a couple of months ago, I had that VIP experience, with you at U of M, and I had breakfast with Jim Harbaugh, and I asked him, I said, what was the mood like at the dinner table when you were going up against your brother for the Super Bowl? I said, because as a parent, we all have our favorite kid, and he never would answer. So I don't know what happened there, but I think that answers all the questions that he was asking about. And that saying, "Who has it better than us?" That was from their dad. There was a story I heard on the pregame show that one day he made them walk to school, and they dribbled the basketball in their left hand 100 times, then their right hand 100 times, and various stuff like that. But he would always tell them, who has it better than us? I guess maybe in hard times, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, that's all the answers I've got for now. I hope that clears up some things for horse feathers.
All right, appreciate
Thanks for taking my call.
You got it. Yeah, appreciate you filling us in there. Get the rest of the story. Meanwhile, Red Cross declaring an emergency blood shortage, with donations falling to the lowest levels in 20 years. The American Red Cross has declared a national blood shortage. One of the most distressing situations for a doctor is to have a hospital full of patients and an empty refrigerator without any blood products. According to the chief medical officer of the Red Cross, a person needs life-saving blood every 2 seconds in our country, and its availability can be the difference between life and death. However, blood is only available thanks to the generosity of those who roll up a sleeve to donate. An upsurge in donors of blood and platelets is needed immediately, according to the statement. There's an added incentive right now. Donating gives you a chance for free tickets to this year's Super Bowl, courtesy of the NFL. You can sign up to donate by visiting redcrossblood.org, or you can call toll-free 800-RED-CROSS, CROSS. Find your local donation center. Americans' blood donations have charted a steady decline over the past 20 years, dropping by a nearly 40% in that time frame. That leads to crisis like the 7,000-unit shortfall in donations that occurred between Christmas and New Year's Day this year. Now, this is wintertime. It's a tough time for donations. Bad weather, a lot of people with colds, flu, COVID, keeping people away from donation centers. Add to that the shift by many Americans to working from home. That makes donation less convenient for many. Finally, new blood donation protocols, such as raising minimum hemoglobin requirements, have meant fewer people, especially teens, are actually even eligible to donate. All that adds up to trouble for hospitalized patients, like currently a 9-year-old Finn Ward. He's been diagnosed with B-cell acute leukemia. He's already received more blood products than I ever thought one person can take, according to his mother. Just in the last 2 years, he has received more than 25 blood products, and he's just one kid. So she's joining the call for more donors. The hospital floors are full of kids that need that blood and would otherwise not be able to survive without it. Without donated blood products, Finn would not be here today, according to his mom. So, all right, it's 844-844-3388. They do say individuals who are 17 years of age in most states, 16 with parental consent, are allowed by state law, weigh at least 110 pounds, in generally good health, may be eligible to donate. High school students and other donors 18 years of age and younger also have to meet certain height and weight requirements. And there you go. We return after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
They just got a new tornado warning in there along the Gulf Coast. Southern Louisiana this time around. They told us places like New Orleans might be in the mix. Got a warning for central St. John the Baptist Parish. That's southeastern Louisiana, northwestern St. Charles Parish. Until 1:15 a.m. Central Time. Again, radar indicated. Brother Rambler had made a little post as he was heading out tonight. Brother Rambler's going to be rolling through some nasty weather tonight. Something along the lines of, if the good Lord decided to take me home tonight, know that Brother Rambler loves you. And he was just saying, say a prayer. And there's a lot of drivers like that out there. This tornado warning encompasses Interstate 10 in Louisiana between the 205 and 214 mile marker, Interstate 55 in Louisiana between mile markers 1 and 4. Tornado warning. This particular cell moving easterly at 35 miles per hour. All right, head out west. Senor Heatwave. Hi there.
Anomaly. Oh, sorry. Good morning, Senor Steve. How you doing today?
Doing well. Not too bad, considering a little rainy outside the bunker, but, I'll take that over snow any day.
Yeah, I hear you. Man, you had said anomaly so many times, it just reminded me of that Muppet song, Phenomena.
Yes,
and
sir.
Anomaly fits right into it, and it's been going in my head ever since. Thank you very much, Senor. Driving me crazy out here. Oh, Lordy. Well, I'll tell you what, last Friday I had an interesting situation happen to me in one of our company trucks. Tractor's got 845,000 miles on it. It's due to be turned in and get another one put in. There was a considerable slush, moisture, snow, whatever it was. It was on the ground. Electricity and water mix, they don't. So here I am having all sorts of bells and whistles go off on the damn thing. And finally it just, the driver's side arm of the windshield wiper stripped. So here I am having to do an Ace Ventura moment, except I'm not sticking my head out the window. I'm leaning over to the right to see around the wet spots on the windshield and looking through the dry spot on the passenger side. It's like, my goodness gracious. And this happened in Provo, Utah, right in the middle of traffic that was slowing down to see what two cars had gotten into each other. And, people out there, they just don't seem to realize that accidents do not just happen on the little screen and the big screen. It actually happens in real life. And I guess that's the reason why Elvis sang that song, Rubbernecking. And I wonder if people actually know what a rubberneck is and why it's so irritating for the rest of us out here who actually have places to go. So, yeah, it was an interesting Friday, to say the least. So other than that,
at least you were
is
able
there
to.
Supposed to be another?
At least you were able to navigate
Go
through,
ahead.
right? That's pretty difficult because, yeah, I mean, when if that wiper ain't working, you can't see squat.
Well, not very well. So, but is there another storm coming behind the one that went through New Mexico that's hitting y'all right now?
That is correct. That'll be this upcoming weekend. Probably starting for you guys out there out west Thursday, Friday.
Oh, wow.
And this one is supposed to be...
Well, we need the moisture.
This upcoming is supposed to be bigger than the current storm. They're talking measuring snow in the higher elevations in feet rather than inches. Between System 1 and System 2, they're saying some of the mountains may pick up 7 feet of snow between now and this weekend.
Good night.
Yeah,
well,
right.
I know we need the moisture out there. We had a very disappointing monsoon season this past year, so we're hoping to make up for it with the snowfall.
Snow and rain. Sounds like this upcoming, this next system may do well to bring you some of that needed moisture. Yeah, hold that thought. We pause. News time. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Corey Myers. The NTSB providing details about a mid-air emergency Friday they say could have been quite a lot worse than it was. It happened just after a flight had taken off from the Portland airport bound for California. A side panel blew off, leaving a gaping hole in the plane. It happened around 16,000 feet. NTSB Chair Jennifer Homedy says if it had happened much higher at the usual cruising altitude, the outcome could have been much worse for the 171 people on board.
Everybody's up and walking. Folks don't have seatbelts on. They're going to restrooms. The flight attendants are providing service to passengers. We could have ended up with something so much more tragic, and we're really fortunate that that did not occur here.
Fortunately, that plane was able to make an emergency landing and no one was seriously hurt. Federal officials have ordered the immediate grounding of some Boeing 737 MAX 9 planes for safety inspections. Meanwhile, the investigators say that the cockpit voice recording from that flight will be useless to them. They say it's because the recorders often overwrite all saved data every 2 hours. It means all of the information from when the emergency happened was likely lost. There's another new budget agreement being announced by congressional leaders this week. It would keep the government funded through 2024. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and Speaker of the House Mike Johnson made a joint announcement of the nearly $1.7 trillion deal on Sunday. News of that deal comes as both the House and the Senate are set to return from the holiday break this week. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Sales of sugary drinks fell dramatically across 5 U.S. cities. This comes after the cities implemented taxes targeting those drinks, and those changes were sustained over time. That's according to a new study that was published Friday in the journal JAMA Health Forum. Researchers say the findings provide more evidence that these controversial taxes really do work. This is a claim that the beverage industry disputes. Singer Michael Bolton revealed he had a medical issue and will be taking a break from touring across the country. USA's Laura Winters reports.
Grammy Award-winning singer Michael Bolton, best known for this song, How Am I Supposed to Live Without You, reveals he was diagnosed with a brain tumor and has had immediate surgery before the holidays. In a note to his fans, he says he'll be taking a break from touring to focus on his recovery. Bolton, who is 70, writing on Facebook, "I am now recuperating at home and surrounded by the tremendous love and support of my family."
Launching early today, the very first commercial mission to the moon. The countdown begins for the uncrewed Peregrine lunar lander to lift off atop the United Launch Alliance's New Vulcan Center rocket at Cape Canaveral. A successful mission would mark a milestone for the private space industry. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, temperatures, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
As we return for another hour, thanks for being with us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Make our way into a Tuesday morning here. Hello to Debbie. Checking in from the Hoosier State. Morning, Steve. It's a chilly 36, raining here. Right now it's 34, snowing where Woodpecker is, Danville, Illinois. I hope everybody stays safe out there today, especially my special driver. Have a tremendous Tuesday. All right, thank you, Debbie. Woodpecker, be safe out there playing in the snow. It was caught on camera by another traveler this past day. Eskimo mom shared the story from up in her area, near the Dayton, Ohio area. US 35 was shut down for hours following a crash and a shooting Monday morning. A Trotwood police officer and a suspect taken to the hospital after a pursuit and ultimately shooting on US 35. The police chief said at about 10:54 a.m., police were dispatched to a pedestrian accident at a mobile home park. Upon arrival, crews located a female victim who'd been hit by the suspect's vehicle. While crews were rendering aid to the victim, apparently the suspect drove past police at a high rate of speed, pointing a long weapon at them. The chase is on. Officers attempted to catch up to the vehicle, conduct a traffic stop, but the suspect began swerving into oncoming traffic, turned right onto US 35, continued to head east when multiple agencies then joining in the pursuit, attempting to use stop sticks to stop the vehicle. Vehicle made a U-turn, then began heading west on US 35 and began firing at police officers from the moving vehicle. The intersection of Liscombe Drive and US 35, the driver traveled across all lanes of travel, hitting both a Trotwood cruiser and a Montgomery County Sheriff's vehicle head-on. Said multiple shots were fired by police at that time. I can't believe the individual is alive. The footage, which I shared that footage on my Facebook page, a vehicle that was kind of approaching the scene, saw a lot of vehicles, and actually caught the crash. The pickup truck ended up literally on top of the police cruiser, and then you can hear the gunfire ringing out. I'd say somewhere between 50, 80 shots were from maybe close to 100 shots were fired. All those officers pretty much unloaded on this guy. But he was taken into custody, transported to Miami Valley Hospital. Photos provided to News Center 7 showing the Trotwood police cruiser under the pickup truck. Pickup truck riddled with bullets, kind of like a Bonnie and Clyde thing. The Trotwood officer who was in the cruiser that was hit transported as well to Miami Valley Hospital as well. I haven't seen an update. This report from late afternoon said they were working to learn the current conditions of both the suspect and the officer. The Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation has taken over that investigation, but all caught on tape and quite frightening for all those that were out there on the roadways at the time with all those shots. I mean, bullets flying. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. One other update before we get back to your calls. We talked last evening about the subject that was in the courtroom didn't like the fact that the judge was going to sentence him back to jail lunging forward, literally diving over the bench, getting a hold of the female judge, slamming her against the wall, pulling her hair out. That judge, according to the update we had shared yesterday morning, had ordered that suspect to be brought back before her so she could complete sentencing him. Have no idea what kind of sentence he might have been looking at before he decided to attack the judge. But the update, the same judge accosted by the defendant in Las Vegas, sentenced this past day to up to 4 years in prison. Now, that sentence was for the unrelated case. Deborah Redden leaping over the bench, attacking the Clark County District Court Judge Mary Kay Holthus in her courtroom last Wednesday as he was trying to convince the judge he was turning around from his violent past. Well, that worked well. Now, the sentence handed down Monday was in connection with a baseball bat attack on someone last year. Monday, oddly enough, he stood in the courtroom in shackles with a mask on his face and orange mitts on his hands, flanked by a group of jail officers. His lawyer declined to comment outside the courtroom. In the attack last week, though, Redden had to be wrestled off the judge by several court and jail officers and courtroom staff members, including some who were seen throwing punches. One courtroom marshal was hospitalized for treatment of a bleeding gash on the forehead and a dislocated shoulder after he launched himself, literally flying over the bench at the judge, after he asked her for leniency, described himself a person who never stops trying to do the right thing, no matter how hard it is. I mean, that literally seconds before he jumps over the bench. He knew he was going to be sent back to prison at the time. The court marshal had moved to handcuff him and take him into custody, and they had not yet cuffed him. And that's when he started yelling expletives, charging forward as people in the courtroom started screaming. All right, the judge falling back against the wall, the flags toppling down on top of them. He literally pulled a Superman dive over the judicial bench. Judge did suffer some injuries. She was back at work the next day, Thursday of last week. But that's crazy. So 4 years, and I guess now what? Yeah, the judge and the courtroom individual, those who were, I guess, injured, could probably be pressing additional charges of assault. And I don't know how much time he might be facing out of that, but I would assume he'll get some additional time. Time to think about it. Turn his life around, you know. Morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. How y'all doing today?
Doing all right. You guys supposed to get some of that stormy weather later today?
Yeah, our stuff is going to be this afternoon into the evening. That storm, it's going to stretch almost all the way to Cuba, the way it looked like on us looking at the map earlier when it, the future cast.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, they're putting possible tornadoes and all that stuff on us too as well. So we'll just see how it plays out. But it's going to broaden and go right down into the Gulf, and it's going to get worse. So we'll just have to see how she plays out. Well, they got that piece up into space, but it didn't want to cooperate. Did you see that, Steve?
Yeah. So they've got some sort of a propellant leak. I mean, Horse Feathers had some questions about, like, once they got this thing to the moon and released that, I guess, the rover that, I guess the original craft was supposed to then slingshot around and head toward the sun or so. I guess all that's off now, right?
I don't know. I heard yesterday they were having some propulsion problems, and if they're having propulsion problems and losing their propellant, then she ain't going nowhere. She's dead.
Okay.
And I'd also heard that they were having battery issues, that they couldn't get the solar rays out on it.
Lined up with the
sun.
So
the batteries were running low on it.
Yep.
So I got a feeling that one might be $100 million down the tube. That was how much that program got from NASA on that deal. So sizable amount of money. The only thing that was really positive was that rocket. The engines on that Bezo was developing for their New Glenn rocket. That's the same engine they're going to use on their New Glenn Blue Origin. So the engines did their job and got it up there where it needed to be. It's just they had the part of the on the behalf of the provider that was for the rover and all that. They're the ones that are having the problem right now. So I haven't heard much out of that Hubble. Have you, Steve?
I can't say that I have. No, sir.
Yeah, haven't heard much. Have you seen the recent stories about Mary Lou Retton?
Well, I know that she was dealing with some pretty bad health issues at some point. I haven't really heard any updates, though.
Yeah, toward the end of last year, she was having problems, and one of her neighbors actually found her in her house on the floor. They got her to the hospital, and she had a rare form of pneumonia, and they tested her for everything, COVID and all that. I saw the stories on her yesterday, and she's back all right now, but her family was back at the end of last year. They were telling her goodbye.
I know they were. I mean, some of the reports made it sound like they didn't think she was going to survive. It wasn't going to make it out.
Yeah, she said yesterday. She said her kids were telling her goodbye, and she said it was really disturbing. But they got her. They used a high pressure oxygen on her, and got it under control. It was so bad they couldn't even see her lungs on the when they did the X-rays on her.
Wow!
That her lungs were so eat up. So she's hoping that they can get her going better. She's on oxygen now, but she's walking around. I never realized. I saw in that interview yesterday. She's a tiny little lady. She's not.
Yeah, little.
Pretty
thing.
big. She's small. I didn't. I saw the lady from NBC interviewed her, and. But I hope she gets through it. She's the one that put that gymnastic stuff on the board for us. She was the first one to win a gold medal for us, in the Olympics in '84. So, but I hope she gets through it. Other than that, we just heading to work as usual. It's the same old stuff. I hope Rambler and them guys. I know it was getting bad over there yesterday before I laid down and went to sleep last night. They said out. Louisiana and all that was real bad over there. They still got the warnings over in Louisiana?
Yeah, the severe thunderstorm warnings, and in the last hour or so, we're seeing tornado warnings coming in.
Yeah, I know yesterday they had a bunch of triangles up on the weather map when I laid down, and they said that it would be moving more over to the Mobile area, which is that's where Rambler's at, over in that area this morning. Technically, it was supposed to come over to us about this time, but I guess it slowed down or something. But we're going to have a lot of these this year. You've seen that we're going to be in a neutral area this year instead of La Nina or El Nino.
Last I saw it was going to be a La Nina, which I thought the La Nina was strengthening.
Yeah, I'd heard that this year was supposed to be a neutral year between the two. And they say on the neutral years, that's when your storms are going to get worse. In the neutral years, they traditionally have been known to get worse. And I don't know. I think we're going through cycles as usual. I know I heard a little bit of Vic yesterday talking about, they were talking about cycles and all this greenhouse stuff and all that. But I think the Earth's just going through its cycles like it has been ever since it's been around. So we just have to ride the waves the way they roll. So y'all have a good night, buddy. I'm going to get going. Thank you.
All right, safe travels, and batten down the hatches for later in the day. Our latest tornado warning there, another from in southeastern Mississippi. This is like right along the Mississippi-Alabama line on the Mississippi side, obviously. Wayne County in southeastern Mississippi. Severe storm radar indicated. Could be a tornado. about 7 miles east of Mill Creek, moving northeast 65 miles per hour. So, some of these cells are really, booking along this morning. So it has, as the last hour or so, we're seeing more of the severe thunderstorm and several tornado warnings coming in. Our number, 844-844-3388. Back in two.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, I'd like to take a moment to give credit where credit is due, as they say. In a day and age when, for how many years now, we've dealt with various teams in various sports kneeling for the national anthem, refusing to put their hand over their heart or sing along to the national, protesting this, protesting that. Tip of the hat to the U.S. men's national junior ice hockey team, receiving praise over the weekend for proudly singing along to the national anthem after winning the IIHF World Junior Championship in Sweden on Friday. The video posted on X shows the junior ice hockey champions celebrating the team's 6th gold medal in U.S. history by loudly singing the words to the Star-Spangled Banner, huge smiles on their faces. That video quickly received millions of views via social media. Multiple social media users. And the first thing that crossed my mind was the difference between the ice hockey team, the champions, versus the disgraceful U.S. women's soccer team. The lack of patriotism during the World Cup. At the time, Fox Business said that multiple players on the women's soccer team did not sing, didn't even hold their hands over their hearts during the Nash. It was disgraceful. On Saturday, Riley Gaines, the American swimmer, conservative activist, shared the video of the U.S. junior hockey team's national anthem celebration, taking a shot at Megan Rapinoe, the disgrace, and the women's soccer team. She says, "Hey, Rapinoe, take notes." The viral video was also shared on social media by Carly Lloyd, a former member of the U.S. men's national soccer team. In her post, shared the video along with the caption, "Amazing moment to see." Many had, of course, criticized the women's soccer team for their behavior at the World Cup. I think it was Megyn Kelly said that, "I really do believe their version of what a feminist is, what it means to be an empowered woman, at least as an American woman, means you need to hate your country. It means to go out on the national stage and embarrass yourself and embarrass your country by not singing your national anthem. So again, tip of the hat to the boys and their 6th championship gold medal. Congratulations. It had, let's see, news break just a few moments away here. Let's get a couple of other quick industry headlines before we move on and get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Well, amazingly, the trial was supposed to start on Monday. It was supposed to be a 2-day, Monday-Tuesday trial. Just one day before the scheduled trial, Pilot Travel Centers, Pilot Company, and Berkshire Hathaway reaching a settlement to end a contentious $1 billion lawsuit. Pilot, on behalf of the company and the Haslam family, announcing Sunday that they'd reached an agreement to fully settle litigation between Berkshire and Pilot Travel Centers. That, of course, coming on the eve of that 2-day trial. No details of the settlement have made public yet. In a statement issued by Pilot, the settlement includes the dismissal of all claims and counterclaims against each other, they say. Now, this settlement could pave the way for Jimmy Haslam to sell his remaining 20% stake in Pilot Travel Centers. Back in 2017, Berkshire acquired 38.6% of Pilot, nearly $3 billion. In January, Berkshire paid more than $8 billion of last year for an additional 41.4% stake in the company. And per the contract, Haslam has the option each year to sell his remaining stake. That option began on January 1st. They had been bickering back and forth about different Berkshire trying to say it's not worth this much or it's worth less than it was really worth. And Berkshire accusing Haslam of trying to, I guess, drive up the value fictitiously. It was a mess, but all right. Real quick, coming up in our next segment, we'll get around to driverless trucks. The on and off debate. Driverless trucks with no humans on board will soon, they say, be cruising Texas highway. If, I don't know, is that a big if? If 3 startup firms have their way, despite objections from critics who say financial pressures, not safety, is behind the timetable. After years of testing, Aurora Innovation Incorporated, Kodiak Robotics Incorporated, and Gatik AI Incorporated, all 3 say they are ready to remove their safety drivers from the trucks that are being guided by their software and an array of sensors. Like I said, more on that coming up. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. The NTSB providing details about a mid-air emergency Friday. It happened just after a flight had taken off from the Portland airport bound for California. A side panel blew off the plane, leaving a gaping hole. It happened at around 16,000 feet, but could have been much worse for the 171 people on board had the altitude been higher. Meanwhile, investigators say the flight recorder is useless. It usually overwrites all saved data every 2 hours. There's another budget agreement in place announced by congressional leaders. It would keep the government funded through 2024. The longtime leader of the NRA has stepped down. Wayne LaPierre and other former NRA officials stand accused of misappropriating millions from the nonprofit to bankroll their opulent lifestyles. Corey Myers, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Get back at it here, where we leave off. Shorty sending me some this date in history. He also sends me comments made this past day from former First Lady Michelle Obama, who says that her fears about the 2024 presidential election keep her up at night. I am terrified about what could possibly happen because our leaders matter. Who we select, who speaks for us, who holds that bully pulpit. It affects us in ways that sometimes I think people take for granted. When she was asked to name some of her fears that keep her awake. The fact that people think that government doesn't really even do anything. And I'm like, oh my God, does the government do everything for us? We cannot take this democracy for granted. Sometimes I worry that we do. You notice they always use democracy. It's a republic. There are things that keep me awake. She said other concerns, wars. Wars in too many religions, artificial intelligence, education, people being too stuck to their cell phones, and voter engagement. Now, Shelley asked, if anything, what does still offend you? She says, injustice, ego, greed, racism, ignorance. It's offensive. And I've always been that kid. I don't like unfairness. I don't like bullies. But I have to think about how I deliver messages. Now, the interview dropped amid reported concerns from her husband, former President Barack Obama, about the possibility of Donald Trump returning to the White House. Barack Obama has increasingly questioned Joe's prospects for November's election, and he feels that Democrats very well could lose come November. Trump expected to cruise into the general election after easily securing the Republican primary nomination, according to all the recent poll numbers. Also in the interview, Michelle appeared to call out the Republican frontrunner without directly naming him. The tone and the tenor of the message matters. We can't just say the first thing that comes to our minds, she says. That's not authenticity to me. That's childish. And we see childish leadership right before us. What that looks like and how that feels, where somebody is just base and vulgar and cynical in a leadership position. It doesn't trickle down well. It just begets more of that. Okay, because we've got such great leaders. Well, obviously, they're not real fond of, apparently, she didn't mention Joe personally, but Barack, I've seen some of the supposedly insider reports that he is behind the scenes expressing his concerns about Joe. Now, everybody can make a prediction, right? Doesn't mean it's going to happen. A lot of predictions for the new year have been made in recent days. They say right now it seems like nobody is all that gung-ho about Joe Biden's reelection prospects. Case in point, a key J.P. Morgan strategist is forecasting that Joe may drop out of the race. He even provided a timeline for when it could happen. Again, nothing's written in stone, but in the financial service company's lengthy eye on the market outlook for 24, Michael Seblist, a chairman of market and investment strategy for J.P. Morgan Asset and Wealth Management, listed his so-called 10 surprises for the year. One of them is Biden will withdraw from the presidential race for health reasons sometime between Super Tuesday and the November election. Super Tuesday, when 16 states hold their primaries, March 5 this year. Of course, the general election 8 months later on November 5. He suggests the party's nomination would be passed to a replacement candidate named by the Democrat National Committee. Now, that brief entry cited Biden's abysmal approval ratings and disappointing job creation record. Of course, no one knows what's actually going to happen in the coming months. You look back at 2015 and 16, where most people, the mainstream media, even many conservatives, didn't have much faith that Trump would be able to win the White House. Of course, he did. It's also worth noting he didn't outright predict that Biden will drop out of the race. Rather, he just kind of described his list of surprises, kind of an exercise in thinking against the grain what might happen in an industry dominated by consensus. Still, the fact that a top strategist at a top financial services firm would make such a statement is pretty intriguing. The fact of the matter is, Biden's presidency has been an abject failure from the start, from COVID to the economy to the border crisis to foreign affairs. He's fumbled the ball on almost every significant issue he's faced in his presidency. Further, the doubts regarding his mental capacity are not going away, and they're actually getting worse. So even though this is just a surprise prediction, an actual outcome like this is not all that unlikely. Many political commentators have been sounding the alarm on his foundering re-election campaign. Even members of his own party have soured on him. NBC reported that last month. Pick a metaphor. President Joe Biden's re-election campaign is a 5-alarm fire. That's from NBC. It's a cardiac case in need of a defibrillator, or a lemming on course to slowly march into the sea and drown. All this come from Democrat strategists whose low-boil frustrations with Biden's candidacy erupted over the weekend amid a spat of bleak polling numbers. Of course, the greater question of all is who would replace him on the ballot? 5-7, what say you?
Well, if all else fails, let's go to South Carolina and church, stir up racism, get our numbers up. Like that white supremacist scourge in this country. We all know about the white supremacists that trapped the Jewish students in college here, and they had to be escorted out for fear of their lives. You've got white supremacists all over this country and all these college campuses stomping around, terrorizing Jewish parishioners. Obviously, we've had a couple of incidents where white supremacists have been attacking synagogues. And, wait a minute. Well, no, they ain't white supremacists, are they? Matter of fact, Steve, when's the last time you heard of a white supremacist doing anything? Now, Dylan Root even had a hard time here in South Carolina. He couldn't find a group that he could join, and white supremacist, KKK, whatever. He had to go clear to North Carolina, and even they thought, you're nuts. We ain't going to do that. Also, Dylan Root had a best friend growing up that happened to be a black youngster. Like I said, hey, your numbers are way down, so let's just stir up racism. Really, can you think of anything? What's the last thing recently a white supremacist has done? You sit there and listen to him talk, and you know history, and you know how he has put his hands on the back of white supremacists, called them his friends, things that he had said, and probably is responsible for imprisoning black people for longer terms. So just sit back. Hey, if all else fails.
If all else fails, you throw out the race card. You noticed how mainstream media, although Vivek Ramaswamy is polling, in the single digits, yeah, they've been going after him for his comments about white supremacy. They've been going at him left and right, but every time they come at him, he has an excellent response. He leaves them pretty much shattered and destroyed.
Yes, and I'm getting to like everything he has to say. Great vice president material. 4 years of Donald Trump and 8 more Swami there.
There you go.
We have to, this white redneck will have to trim his name down a little bit so we can culture him. But, and it ain't up to me to help Nikki Haley. But when they asked him what the war was over in the South, no, the issue of slavery didn't even come until 1863, when Lincoln used it to the Emancipation Proclamation that made slavery in Confederate states, southern states, was illegal. Meaning any state, northern states that had slavery, West Virginia, one of them that I know 1863 to 1865, the red, white, and blue is the northern states had legally held slaves. And I don't know. I just drive a truck. She was a governor of this state, so what can I say? And that I understand she's tied in with BlackRock and wants to. She wants to do like what they do in China, and everybody's going to be tagged, and you have to earn a credit rating as an American citizen.
Social credit score. Yeah.
There you go.
I think they got those.
Well,
I think
screwed.
DeSantis has an ad running about her pushing just that, her ties to the likes of BlackRock. We're not being bombarded yet with the campaign ads. Obviously, places like Iowa, New Hampshire, the states early out of the box. I mean, come Super Tuesday, we'll be getting hammered with those ads. Gotta love it, election time. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back at it. See what's going on with Knucklebuster tonight. How's it going out there?
Doing some of that white knuckle driving there out here between Oklahoma City and Amarillo. There's at least the road's dry. It's 31 degrees, but that winds are really getting at us there. So I don't know how fast it's blowing, but I keep right on pushing back against it there, right? Mm-hmm. And Solomon, Mr. Steve Summers, or as we know it, greetings, Mr. Steve Summers. Back in the 70s, Neil Diamond went to Africa, South Africa, and when he came back, he wrote that song, Solomon, Solomon, which is just greetings, right? I read it on the drive. Well, we're going to get a new color on cars, Steve. Turquoise. Imagine that. Instead of amber and red, it'll be turquoise. Can you afford a R34 Nissan Skyline GTR?
Well, what's the price range? I have no idea.
Probably not. But if you and I can't afford it, so we'd have to buy the tissue box that looks just like it there. That way we could cry into it there, right?
All right.
Well, you know what your truck needs, Steve?
What's that?
Is a set of Sidewinder missile running boards. Look just like a real live Sidewinder, except they won't shoot off. So that'd be a good thing to have, wouldn't it?
I think that'd be cool.
And Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, anyway, Dodge had to step up after the dealer screws up at this Soldier's out of a Challenger SRT Demon. It's on the drive. It was that dealer was pretty nasty about it. They lied about it and all kinds of stuff there. So if you want to look it up and read it, you can do that there. So, well, anyway, this wind's blowing too bad. I'm gonna cut all this baloney out. Keep getting both hands on this window. I can't look at my notes and drive down the road too. So I might want to say I can't chew bubble gum and walk today. So have a great morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Together we can, brother. That's all I can do you with.
All right. Well, thank you for chiming in, Knuckle Buster. Safe travels out there. At least I guess he's not in the rain at this point in time. Getting ready for the cold, and hopefully gets out there and gets back toward the east before the next big storms come dropping in. Because you're only going to have a few days to catch your breath in between these systems. All right, so here we go. I got a Tuesday morning coming on. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. What they're describing is a large, furious storm taking shape over the central states on into the day today, Tuesday, as this system tracks from the southern plains up to the Great Lakes. The massive strengthening circulation is pulling in much warmer air from the Gulf of Mexico and the Atlantic on powerful south to southeast winds from Tuesday afternoon through Tuesday night. Now, in areas where there is snow on the ground in the Northeast, a rapid thaw will begin later today. Flooding will extend well beyond where there is any snow cover. Initially, this system is going to bring in a burst of heavy snow and maybe a period of ice or a wintry mix across parts of the Central Appalachians and New England for a time today. But the most notable impact is going to be the winds and flooding rain. Gusts frequenting 40 to 60. AccuWeather said we could see some approaching 75 miles per hour. Will raise the risk of regional power outages. Strongest winds will be over the Atlantic coast and some of the ridges of the Appalachian. Yeah, property damage likely. Large tree limbs come crashing down. Sidewalks, vehicles, homes, businesses. All right, power outages could be long-lasting, especially in some remote, heavily wooded areas. The storm's going to gather a lot of moisture from the Gulf of Mexico and the Atlantic and wring it out over the mid-Atlantic and New England. We'll see widespread 1 to 3 inch rainfall totals on an already saturated ground. Now, since much of the rain coming from this storm Tuesday to Wednesday may come down in a matter of several hours, and you combine that with the melting snow, many streams and some of the major rivers are going to rise extremely fast and flood unprotected areas. There will be much less snow on the ground compared to January of 1996. But there is the potential for a rapid meltdown and flooding events similar to what occurred in that region. We're talking nearly 27 years ago. Flash flooding could be so significant it may also pose a threat to lives. In extreme cases, much of the flash flooding may take place after dark Tuesday night. That's going to add another factor to drivers out there. Now, they do advise flooding problems will extend well beyond areas where there is snow on the ground, extending throughout the I-95 corridor, the Mid-Atlantic, New England, from D.C. to Philadelphia, New York City, Boston, many others. Now, they say the problems may be so severe Tuesday night that problems continue well into Wednesday morning. Yes, indeed. So the rain is on the way there in the Northeast, right on the heels of your weekend winter storm. Promised we'd get an update. All right, trucks without drivers. Some say it's still years away. Others say, nope, it's here right now. I mentioned earlier, Aurora Innovations, Kodiak Robotics, Gatic AI. All say they expect to remove the safety drivers from the trucks that are going to be guided by their software, their sensors, cameras, radar, LIDAR, sending pulses of light that bounces off objects. These companies have already hauled cargo for some big names: Walmart Incorporated, Kroger, FedEx, Tyson Foods. At the end of the year, we anticipate getting to the point where we begin operating those trucks without drivers on board, according to the co-founder and chief executive officer of Pittsburgh-based Aurora. In a recent interview, all the companies say that they are ready to deploy the technology. Now, they know there is little to no margin for error. But they say the risk is worth it because the technology promises to improve safety on the highways and lower transportation cost. There are many who say otherwise. Detractors say these companies have incentive to reduce the losses that investors have been financing during the development and testing phase. We're concerned about the lack of regulation, the lack of transparency, the lack of comprehensive data collection, according to the president of Advocates for Highway and Auto Safety. Now, the list of opponents also includes the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, the 1.3 million member union that represents drivers and warehouse workers, and trucks pose severe danger, according to opponents. They'll be traveling at highway speeds, weighing as much as 80,000 pounds, or more than 15 times as much as General Motors' troubled Cruise driverless robo-taxi. The federal government has now left regulation of driverless large trucks mostly up to the states. So, from one state to the next, there is a proverbial patchwork of rules. California suspended cruise operations back in October after several incidents there. But the lack of rules for allowing trucks to be tested on public roads encouraged the 3 driverless truck firms and others to return to Texas for testing and deployment. That's where most of it's going on now. It is 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. A series of winter storms is creating havoc in the Northeast, across the Central Plains, and in the Midwest. From Wisconsin to Colorado, there are winter storm alerts being posted affecting millions of Americans. This weekend's winter weather in the Northeast is giving way to storms that are triggering flood and high wind warnings. Thousands of flights have been canceled or delayed as a result. Boeing is grounding a specific model plane for inspections after a huge piece broke away during a flight loaded with passengers.
We could have ended up with something so much more tragic.
NTSB Chair Jennifer Hamendi, as the FAA orders inspections of the Boeing 737-9 MAX model after that scare in the air on Friday. A door blowing off an Alaska Airlines flight while the plane at 16,000 feet, while passengers forced to immediately put on their oxygen masks as the pilot lands safely.
USA's Laura Winters. There is another new budget agreement being announced by congressional leaders this week. It would keep the government funded through 2024. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and Speaker of the House Mike Johnson made a joint announcement of the nearly $1.7 trillion deal on Sunday. There will be more debate surrounding the issue of continuing support for Ukraine versus ramped up efforts to secure the border.
These are policy choices that created this chaos, and it is thus policy choices that could change it.
In an interview with CBS Face the Nation, Johnson called on the Biden administration to return to the Trump-era Remain in Mexico policy. House Speaker Johnson, at the same time, formally inviting President Biden to deliver the 2024 State of the Union address. Louisiana Republicans set the date for Thursday, March 7th. It would be the latest the address has been given before a joint session of Congress since the 1930s. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken says during a visit to the Middle East it is imperative to ensure all displaced Palestinians in Gaza have the ability to return to their homes.
Palestinian civilians must be able to return home as soon as conditions allow. They cannot, they must not be pressed to leave Gaza.
He spoke during a news conference in Qatar on Sunday. He says more than 90% of the region is dealing with food shortages and says getting more humanitarian aid into Gaza will be crucial. President Joe Biden traveling to South Carolina today and will stop by the church in Charleston where 9 black worshipers were gunned down by a white supremacist back in 2015. The White House says Biden will use Charleston's Mother Emanuel AME Church as a backdrop to a message about fighting hate and extremism. Meanwhile, Vice President Kamala Harris delivering a keynote address in South Carolina over the weekend to mark the 3rd anniversary of the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. Another Golden Globes Awards ceremony in the books, and it included several first-time winners, like for Best Male and Female Performance in a Limited Series. Upstart actors Ali Wong and Steven Yeun won for their roles in the show Beef.
Yeah, I'm just so thankful. I'm just the recipient of a long line of compassion and love and protection and goodwill. So I appreciate this.
The movie Barbie came into last night's Golden Globes with the most nominations across the board. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com.
Get another hour underway. Look at there. We cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Everybody on the same page there, right? 3:06 Eastern, 12:06 West Coast time. And our number on a Tuesday, 9th day of January is 844-844-3388. This was a date in history, the year 2007. I don't know, is it a day that kind of changed the world as we know it? I'd almost have to say, yeah, it is. Apple CEO at the time, Steve Jobs, gave the world its first look at the iPhone, as well as a glimpse into a radically different future in personal computing and communications on this date, January 9, 2007. It's not just the best-selling gadget ever created, it's probably the most influential one as well. Wired wrote back in 2018 a retrospect of the first decade of the iPhone. Its influence goes far beyond other phones. The infrastructure that made the iPhone also enabled drones, smart home gadgets, wearables, and self-driving cars. The iPhone, offering the fingertip touchscreen, the powerful camera, easy access to the internet, providing huge advances over the existing so-called smartphones like the BlackBerry, the Palm Trio at the time. Every once in a while, a revolutionary product comes along that changes everything, said Jobs at the time, boasting at the Macworld Expo in San Francisco. The Apple co-founder noted that the Macintosh in 1984 changed the whole computer industry, and that the iPod, introduced on the same January 9 date as the iPhone, but in 2001, changed the entire industry. He said, today we're introducing 3 revolutionary products. Every once in a while, a revolutionary product comes along that changes everything. The new Apple offerings at that time on this date included a widescreen iPod with touch controls and a breakthrough communication device, the Macworld audience erupting. However, when he mentioned that among the 3 new products was a revolutionary mobile phone, Apple had yet to enter the smartphone market at that point. So the tech enthusiast eagerly awaited the pioneering computer giant's long-rumored dramatic entry into that segment. Of course, Steve died in October of 2011 after that long battle with cancer. Delivered on the drama, though. These are not 3 separate devices, he warned. These are one device, and we're calling it the iPhone. That first generation iPhone, in many ways, quite different than the ones we see in use today. Yeah, for one thing, it was small, like 4.5 inches by 2.4 inches. By comparison, the iPhone XS Max launched in 2018, 6.2 inches by 3.05. Yeah, the latest model, 14, a 6.7-inch version. Yeah, Silver added that the first iPhone also had no third-party apps whatsoever, and it topped out at 16 gigabytes of flash memory. Yeah, the first iPhone was exclusive to AT&T and ran only on AT&T's what was notoriously slow, unreliable network. But the first iPhone, that was a date that really changed everything. Whereas today, we're all, most of us, most everyone has that little smart device carrying around literally in the palm of our hand, a device probably with more technology than NASA's Apollo rocket technology. It's amazing how technology has changed. Meanwhile, what do we got? 844-844-3388. Hello to Jerry from Kokomo, Indiana, checking in. Good morning. Timothy says, hey, Reed Timmer is on the I-10 headed to Pensacola. All right, so they're getting ready for the storms, right? Everybody get in place. The weather. Where's Jim Cantore? Yeah, somebody point out, if there's going to be some thunder snow, that's where Jim Cantore wants to be. He always likes to be thunder snow. Yes. It is 844-844-3388. A couple of industry updates here. Truck drivers working in teams. Yeah, we touched on this a few weeks ago, but I guess this is the latest. Truck drivers working in teams must be compensated under federal minimum wage laws for time spent in the sleeper cab, even if they're not actually sleeping. This is the appellate court decision from the First Circuit recently handed down. The case involves CRST, which lost the lower court case in the U.S. District Court for Massachusetts. This filed back in 2016 by several drivers, with a driver named Juan Montoya as the lead plaintiff, not the race car driver, not Juan Pablo. Yeah, CRST appealed the case to the First Circuit. Now, this decision potentially is precedent-setting in that the appeals court suggests no court has ever ruled on the question of whether a team driver should be compensated for time back in the sleeper berth. That's not part of the 8 hours of sleep time that's required under federal law. We note that the parties have not identified, nor have we found any published circuit court decisions addressing whether sleeper berth time constitutes compensable work for the purpose of the Fair Labor Standards Act. So said the 3-judge panel. Litigation over sleeper berth time and compensation, it's not new. Walmart was involved in a pretty significant case several years ago. That brought in several key industry players, but that involved solo drivers, not team drivers, who are put together for the purpose of keeping that equipment rolling and limiting the amount of time it needs to be sidelined because of the hours of service mandates. So the question posed in the lower court and on appeal was whether the time these long-haul drivers spend in the sleeper berth is on-duty time within the meaning of the Department of Labor regulations, and if so, whether CRST must compensate a driver who is on duty for 24 hours or for time that drivers spend in the sleeper berth in excess of 8 hours in a full 24-hour period. CRST did not count that time in the sleeper berth as work hours to be compensated. And the plaintiffs did not argue that they should be compensated for the 8 hours of mandated daily sleep time. At issue would be the difference between the time spent driving or working, up to 14 hours under the hours of service rules, and the 16 hours after the 8-hour sleep time is deducted from the day's 24 hours. There was a footnote in the appellate court decision that spells out what would be at stake. The initial pay period of Montoya on a training program and getting paid just 25 cents per mile was $233.38 plus a $100 signing bonus. Now, Montoya's hourly wage for actual hours worked exceeded $10 per hour in that initial trip. But the court noted if the excess sleeper berth time was viewed as compensable, the amount he was paid would have dropped his hourly wage below the federal minimum of $7.25 per hour. The appeals court decision held that time spent in the sleeper berth by the second driver, who was not behind the wheel, was not true free time. They cited a Supreme Court interpretation of the Fair Labor Standards Act defining work as physical or mental exertion, whether burdensome or not, controlled or required by the employer, and pursued necessarily and primarily for the benefit of the employer and his business. That's become known as the predominant benefit test, with the time spent accruing mostly to the benefit of the employer. They did cite an example, firefighters sitting in a firehouse playing cards. They're doing so because they are waiting to respond to an emergency and should be compensated for that. Police officers on call, but free to do whatever they want, as long as they can respond to an emergency, do not need to be equally compensated. That was the example cited there. But all right, 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com. Braindead just passed a story my way from a little less than a year ago, talking about the iPhone introduced on this date in history. Headlining, guess how much this unopened first-generation iPhone sold for? It was a 2007 model, sealed iPhone. Sold for more than $63,000 at auction. LCG Auctions, which handled the bidding, announced the sealed 8-gigabyte iPhone. So went for $63,356 and some change. That's the highest price anyone had ever paid for an original iPhone. I mean, that's more than 100 times the original price. And in 2007, $599 for a phone. That was the original price, $599. That's a lot of money. Yeah, one of the most important inventions of our lifetime was the description, a truly remarkable piece with great appeal to both collectors and investors alike. The starting bid was $2,500. Another sealed first-generation phone was sold in October of the previous year for $39,339. All right, that's pretty incredible. Meanwhile, we get to our, little electric vehicle news. Who was it? Tom this past day sent an email. I think we might have touched a bit on this at some point last week. Yeah, I said, share this article with your listeners, Steve, that this news will never hit the mainstream so-called media. Yeah, because the government doesn't want anybody to know these findings from the likes of Consumer Reports. Now, Consumer Reports, they've been around a long, long time, right? And I think they're pretty well considered, up to date, up to speed. Yeah, not any sort of biased organization. They're not, politically involved. They're just looking at products, and in this case, vehicles. Question, so how do the newer breed of electric vehicles stack up against their old, oiled-up counterparts when it comes to reliability? Well, the competition is honestly not even that close. In a recent survey conducted by Consumer Reports about vehicles from the last 3 model years, they found the reliability of electric vehicles to be lacking mightily when compared to their gas-powered automobile counterparts. Their survey found electric vehicles to have 79% more problems than gas vehicles. Now, considering these vehicles don't even have the opportunity to develop engine or transmission problems like our traditional vehicle, that's a pretty staggering difference. 79% more problems. Exhibit A. This is kind of comical. They had the Golden Globes over the weekend. Everybody tuned into that, right? Yeah, right. Hollywood television host and Golden Globes anchor Mark Malkin found himself stranded on the highway in the desert Friday when the battery of his electric vehicle died as he was headed back to L.A. from the Palm Springs Film Festival. The TV host who co-hosted the Golden Globes Awards official pre-show Sunday ended up having to call a tow truck to have his EV taken to a nearby charging station to try and juice it back up. But according to insiders reported by Page Six, Malkin was actually met with a pretty wild situation once his vehicle was dropped off at the charging station. When he got to the charging stall, Malkin apparently found himself charging up right next to Oscar winner Sean Penn, who was also charging his electric vehicle. And next to Penn was his longtime publicist, Mara Boxbaum, similarly charging her electric vehicle. But the cozy moment didn't last long before Malkin found that his car would not take a charge. Called the electric vehicle dealer and was told that the car wouldn't charge because he let the battery completely deplete. Well, he decided to maybe push his car to a different charger, try his luck a second time, only to find out that he is no Arnold Schwarzenegger. These damn things are heavy, right? Struggling to push the vehicle to the next charging stall. Yet next thing he knew, both Sean Penn and Buxbaum were behind his vehicle helping to push to the stall. Buxbaum reportedly came up to him and asked if you need a push? You need somebody to push? And then Penn joined the party. It was the funniest thing ever, he said. Yeah, Sean's kind of like the real-life hero in this case. It all ended well, as apparently in the news stall he was able to get the vehicle charging again. And he was able to get home in time for some of the pre-Globes parties Friday night and ultimately co-host the Golden Globes there on Sunday. All's well that ends well, but I don't know. Got to push me to the next stall. And what's we know the cost of a tow ain't cheap. How often do you end up having to tow your electric vehicle to a charging station? I mean, the dash said I had X number of miles left, but we didn't make it there. All right, we'll roll into a news break here, get the latest what's going on, come back, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Busy night weather-wise out there. Get the latest as we continue to follow severe weather in the southeast. And, of course, the big winter storm, blizzard conditions impacting others in the central and eventually headed to the northeast. Get the latest here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Former Vice President Mike Pence says he does not believe his former boss, President Donald Trump, is an insurrectionist, despite what happened on January 6th at the U.S. Capitol.
This was a riot that should never have happened. The former president's words that day were reckless.
Speaking on CNN's State of the Union Sunday, Pence added he does not believe Trump violated the 14th Amendment and that he should remain on primary ballots. Some Americans in a recent poll indicated they believe the FBI might have been behind the events of January 6th, but Pence quickly refuted that when asked. Investigators of last Friday's Alaska Airlines mishap out west say the cockpit voice recorder from the Portland to California flight will be useless to them. NTSB officials say that is because those recorders often overwrite all saved data every 2 hours. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009. Because Channel 19's a little congested.
Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, on our Monday morning program, we were kind of covering the debacle that unfolded last week. Where, oh, where is Lloyd? You know, our defense secretary. Many Republicans, saying something needs to be done. We need to investigate who knew what and when. Word is the president wasn't even told for several days. Now, even on yesterday's CNN broadcast, Brett Bruen, who actually served as director of global engagement under Barack Obama, stated that Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin should resign. And that should be one of several resignations here, including his chief of staff and other officials. Yeah, the host asked, do you think with everything that you know and that we now understand to be the case, that Secretary Austin should resign? His answer, I think both he should resign, but I think there are several resignations that need to be included. His chief of staff and other officials. You mentioned the Pentagon spokesperson. He briefed reporters on Thursday knowing then Secretary Austin was in the hospital. He didn't disclose the information. Man, these are not minor mistakes, he said. These are serious breaches of trust. They're serious breaches of transparency, and they do ultimately affect our readiness as a nation to respond. Now, he said, I think we're facing a credibility crisis. And as you point out, we still don't know why he went to the hospital, why he's still in the hospital. We also, quite frankly, haven't got the full truth about how things went down. I think the withholding of information still by the White House, the Pentagon, it's all been coming out in dribs and drabs. This requires us at this point to have a full airing of the facts. There needs to be a public investigation. Then we need new criteria. We need to understand going forward in the future, when do defense secretaries need to call their boss? When do you call the White House and say, yes, sir, ma'am, I'm going to be out of the office for the next few hours, or as in this case, the next few days? I mean, the guy was in ICU. He was not able to actually do his job for several days. And the reports I saw was that the next in line, what's her name? The woman that was actually in Puerto Rico, she was not even aware that Austin was hospitalized. I guess she was delegated some of the duties. She gets a phone call and says, hey, you need to do this, do that. But she was unawares that he was not able to do his job. I don't know. It's crazy times, folks. That's all I can tell you. Yeah, numerous others this past day. Some say that he should be fired. Yeah, the White House pretty much unequivocally came out and said, no, he will not be fired. Biden will not be giving Austin a pink slip. So I don't know. There's obviously still a lot we don't know about what transpired all last week. I mean, the guy was hospitalized on the 1st of the year, and nobody was any the wiser till, Friday? Last Friday? And technically, he's still in the hospital, to the best of my understanding. Good morning, Brain Dead. What's happening out there? Got that slow grocery truck rolling yet?
Yeah, buddy, but this ain't the intelligent caller hotline, is it? I mean, I want to make sure I'm not calling the federal government, you know?
You're good to go.
I mean, that's. Oh, okay, good. I mean, good company, but yeah, you were talking about that last night, and I could understand why the uproar and all that, but you know, at least have some compassion. I mean, the guy had a procedure done. I mean, what do you expect him to do? Jump up and start running around laps? I mean, come on.
I mean,
but yeah, I was pretty wild about the iPhone 1.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry.
I said nobody. I mean, to this point in time, I mean, it was an elective procedure. I mean, that could be any of a number of things. But so he has the procedure done, goes home, and then has to go back to the hospital, supposedly in extreme, dire pain. I mean, enough to put him in the ICU. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, just be glad he's still around. You know, it's like they say, tomorrow is not promised. So this guy here, he could have dropped dead at any minute.
Sure.
And you never know. I mean, instead of whining, complaining, and moaning, just be glad he's still around. I mean, but I was pretty wild about the iPhone 1 selling for that much, huh?
And that was a year ago. 63 grand and some change.
Yeah. It's amazing what people will spend their money on. I mean, hey, you know what? Hey, it's a collector's item. I wonder what an iPhone 2 would sell for, or
right,
or something like that. Because like you were saying back in the day, you know, $600 was like unreal for a phone, and then now we're up to what, $1,400 for a phone. And I'm gonna carbon date myself here for a minute, because I remember when the cell phones were coming out, and we were like, we would never pay $1,200 for a phone like that, let alone what, like $100, $200 for a phone. Remember them, Steve?
Yep.
Yeah, but did you see the other email I sent you about the food prices going up in this grocery store chain? Not Kroger.
I think I've
this
seen
grocery store
that.
chain.
It's some big chain overseas, isn't it? I don't think it's in the U.S. that I understood.
Well, when I read the story, their headquarters is in the U.S. Now, they may have stores in the U.S., but they obviously didn't name the names on the stores, like Kroger, Walmart, you know, et cetera. I imagine probably some of these little off-brands like Aldi's, which, you know, I know Aldi's is overseas and a lot in Europe. But, yeah, I mean, I was talking to the Dingy one about that tonight, and she was like, I didn't think anybody was bigger than Kroger or Walmart. Yeah, well, go over to Europe and take a look. But, yeah, that's pretty interesting, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah, the price is too. It's PepsiCo. I'll give them the rest of the story. PepsiCo products being pulled from the store shelves. It says here, France, Belgium, Spain, Italy. It's throughout Europe, I guess. Big there. I don't know that they have any. Carrefour, I've never heard of them.
I haven't either. You know, I know there's a Google Queen probably somewhere out there, like Eskimo Mom. I mean, that could probably find that information in about 3 seconds. But no, did you see the other news talking about racing? Did you see that Ray Evernham has bought the rights to IROC?
No.
Did you see that?
No, really.
And apparently this year, because I keep wanting to stay next year right now, but this year he's planning on bringing it back. Remember the IROC racing?
Absolutely, yes.
We might as well just go ahead and say, hey, merge it in with NASCAR. It's about one and the same
about
anyway.
The same, yeah.
I mean, NASCAR to me, I don't watch NASCAR anymore. I don't follow it as closely as I did.
Nope.
Because NASCAR is losing touch with the fans and the fan base. I mean, if I wanted to watch the paint dry, I would go watch the grass grow instead. I mean, you have everything coming out of one manufacturer for all the teams, and you know you have to buy this part. And oh my God, if they make a manufacturer error, you know this team is hit for $25 million penalty, or they're
right.
hit for it. So I mean, it's insane. I'm the old school guy. Run what you brought. Bring it. I can understand there's a little cheating here or there, but that's everywhere. I mean, you're not going to get around that in sports. But bring back the old days. I mean, this is why a lot of your short tracks and dirt cars are growing so popular. I mean, even our little dirt track here, it was standing room only most of the nights. I mean, it was really full, and this is what NASCAR is missing. So, crap.
You remember
before I forget, Steve.
You remember the days when Bristol, when Bristol would be sold out years in advance. People that would have season tickets would actually will their tickets to other family members in the event they passed away. Those days are long gone.
Yeah. Yep. And the sad part is the idiots at NASCAR can't even figure it out. I'm just a fan. When did you ever stop and take a step back in what you're doing? I mean, it's crazy because really right now, and like I've said this many times, there's no rivalries in NASCAR. None. Anytime anybody gets physical it's automatically let's squash it and go on.
Right.
No, the people back in the day watched NASCAR for Earnhardt and Bodine to go at it, or Earnhardt and Tim Richmond to go at it, and Neil Bonnet, and you can just start naming names, Steve. We'll be here the rest till the end of the next show. That's what brought the fans to the cars, to NASCAR. What's bringing them now? Nothing. And you were right about that. But see, before I forget, do you remember a movie that Robin Williams did named Patch Adams?
I do.
You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard that Hollywood is already starting to remake this, Steve? They're going to remake Patch Adams, Steve. Apparently, they've casted Tim Allen as a doctor to help people quit smoking called Nicotine Patch Adams. Vitamin.
Nicotine Patch Adams. Okay, there you go. What are we looking at? 844-844-3388. Clear lines here on a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. I think I pulled up the rest of the story. Yeah, the global, it was talking about the supermarket chain pulling PepsiCo products from their store shelves. The global supermarket chain Carrefour pulling products, France, Belgium, Spain, is over price increases for popular items like Lay's potato chips, Quaker Oats, Lipton iced tea, and their namesake, obviously, Pepsi products. The chain said they've pulled PepsiCo products from shelves in France last week and added small signs in their stores to say, we no longer sell this brand due to unacceptable price increases. There's a new French law meant to fight the rising cost of living that has supermarkets facing millions in fines if they don't reach a deal with suppliers on prices by the end of the month. The ban will extend to Belgium, Spain, and Italy. Carrefour has like 12,000 plus stores in more than 30 countries. That's a big chain. 12,000 stores. Didn't say when this is going to take effect in those countries. PepsiCo products were still on shelves Friday in Rome and Barcelona. Their Italian press office said information will be posted for customers in their stores in the coming days. PepsiCo, in a statement, said that they've been in discussion for many months and will continue to engage in good faith in order to try to ensure their products are available. But how big is this? What kind of an impact is that going to have on the company as a whole? With 12,000 locations, you take all those products off the shelf, that would be a big hit. Now, the company behind Cheetos, Mountain Dew, Rice-A-Roni has raised prices by double-digit percentages for 7 straight quarters, most recently hiking by 11% in the July to September period. Profits are up, although higher prices have dragged down sales, or people are changing or trading down to the generic brands. PepsiCo also has been shrinking their package sizes to meet consumer demand for convenience and portion control, they say. No, that's not something new. I mean, used to be you'd go to get your half gallon of ice cream, right? You'd have the half gallon or the whole gallon. And they'd be in those little paper cartons, cardboard cartons. And they started shrinking the size. It's supposed to still be the half gallon size, but no, now it's more like, smaller, but the same price. You keep the price the same for the smaller amount. PepsiCo's chief financial officer said, I do think that we see the consumer right now as being more selective. The New York-based company said price increases should ease and largely align with inflation, which has been falling worldwide since the supply chain issues we had during the pandemic, and then, of course, the Russia war with Ukraine that sent prices surging. But they do say 20 European Union countries that use the euro currency saw consumer prices rise 2.9% in December from a year ago. So prices for food and non-alcoholic drinks have eased from a 17.5% rise in the 20-country euro area back in March, but they're still up 7% in November from a year earlier. It's like, yeah, global. We're all everybody. It's not just us paying more for those groceries. It's a global thing. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I know Vic kind of chimed in last evening as well, kind of alluding to the fact that he felt like surely the chain of command would have been up to the task if decisions needed to be made last week. I don't know. Honestly, I mean, based on what they're saying, where if you've got the president in the dark, Congress in the dark, senior administration officials in the dark, somewhere there were some gaping holes there. Senate Armed Services Committee members Tommy Tuberville yesterday said this is a national embarrassment that the defense secretary is hospitalized for days without the knowledge. The public is one thing. Is it necessary for us to know, right? We don't need to know everything they say. But Congress, senior administration official, this is probably the most dangerous time in my lifetime. Wars everywhere. They're just about to break out. There's got to be decisions made very quickly, and I just can't imagine. I don't know what the White House is thinking right now. There should be some kind of a bomb going off all around the cabinet going, what's the president doing? He's got to make a decision. Now, obviously, he's already said he's not going to ask for Austin's resignation. But he shouldn't have to ask for it. It should already be there. Over with. Somebody else should be on the line to be promoted. But yeah, this is an embarrassment. What do you think China and Russia is saying today about what's going on in this administration here? It's an absolute joke. He made his revelation comments after the revelation about Austin's disappearance. Entered the hospital for the elective procedure December 22nd. Discharged a day later. Returned to the intensive. I thought this. Okay, so I misspoke there when I said he had the surgery on New Year's Day. It was actually before Christmas then. Then returned to intensive care on New Year's Day. So now they do say the Deputy Secretary of Defense was notified of his hospitalization on January the 4th. So even the woman that was supposedly in charge of the military, right, to make the decision, we were 3 days. She was subsequently alerted. She alerted the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan. Sullivan then informed President Biden. So you definitively had 3 days in there when no one had a damn clue. Still, no reason for the initial procedure, nor the return to the ICU. Now, Tuberville said, well, I'm on the Armed Services Committee. We normally hear about things like this way in advance. I saw it on television. I'm thinking, this couldn't have happened. What this is a failure to communicate. And it's a slap in the face to Joe Biden because, I mean, he's the boss. He's the guy you've got to communicate with. Now, when Lloyd Austin travels, he travels with an entourage. 12, 24, 36 people. And it's like moving in an entire office anywhere he goes. And then he has security. Somebody's got to make a phone call. Somebody's got to call your boss, the one that you answer to. You know, he is sixth in line to the presidency. Yeah, the Secretary of Defense is a very important person. You are on call 24/7. So, with that in mind, right? So when you're, as I mentioned, the second in line, she's in Puerto Rico. She's vacationing. She's there 3 days. Yeah, but who was in charge? Pretty much nobody. Morning, Carl.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Steve, for taking my call. You hit on some very important points there. Secretary Austin has a unique job, okay? He is the Secretary of Defense of our United States Armed Forces, okay? There is no compassion here that the American public needs to have for this man. He needs to resign. He needs to resign immediately. He should have already resigned before he went on to the hospital. He is showing his incompetence by what he has done here. He is very incompetent. He has no ability to do this job whatsoever. Okay? This man was a former general. He knows better. He knows better than this. If a member of our armed forces were to do the same thing that he did without reporting it to the superior, and they came up absent, all that, it's AWOL. AWOL. AWOL.
Mm-hmm.
He has broken the law. He has broken all policy procedures by doing what he's done. I don't care if he's got cancer.
Right. Well, let me pause there. I should have paid attention to the clock. We got to get to our news break here, top of the hour. We'll pick up there right after this on the Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. A series of winter storms is creating havoc in the Northeast, across the Central Plains, and in the Midwest. From Wisconsin to Colorado, there are winter storm alerts being posted affecting millions of Americans. This weekend's winter weather in the Northeast is giving way to storms that are triggering flood and high wind warnings. Thousands of flights have been canceled or delayed as a result. Boeing is grounding a specific model plane for inspections after a huge piece broke away during a flight loaded with passengers.
We could have ended up with something so much more tragic.
NTSB Chair Jennifer Homendy, as the FAA orders inspections of the Boeing 737-9 MAX model after that scare in the air on Friday. A door blowing off an Alaska Airlines flight while the plane at 16,000 feet, while passengers forced to immediately put on their oxygen masks as the pilot lands safely.
USA's Laura Winters. There is another new budget agreement being announced by congressional leaders this week. It would keep the government funded through 2024. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and Speaker of the House Mike Johnson made a joint announcement of the nearly $1.7 trillion deal on Sunday. There will be more debate surrounding the issue of continuing support for Ukraine versus ramped up efforts to secure the border.
These were policy choices that created this chaos, and it is thus policy choices that could change it.
In an interview with CBS Face the Nation, Johnson called on the Biden administration to return to the Trump-era Remain in Mexico policy. House Speaker Johnson, at the same time, formally inviting President Biden to deliver the 2024 State of the Union address. The Louisiana Republicans set the date for Thursday, March 7th. It would be the latest the address has been given before a joint session of Congress since the 1930s. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken says during a visit to the Middle East it is imperative to ensure all displaced Palestinians in Gaza have the ability to return to their homes.
Palestinian civilians must be able to return home as soon as conditions allow. They cannot, they must not be pressed to leave Gaza.
He spoke during a news conference in Qatar on Sunday. He says more than 90% of the region is dealing with food shortages and says getting more humanitarian aid into Gaza will be crucial. President Joe Biden traveling to South Carolina today and will stop by the church in Charleston where 9 black worshipers were gunned down by a white supremacist back in 2015. The White House says Biden will use Charleston's Mother Emanuel AME Church as a backdrop to a message about fighting hate and extremism. Meanwhile, Vice President Kamala Harris delivering a keynote address in South Carolina over the weekend to mark the 3rd anniversary of the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. Another Golden Globes Awards ceremony in the books, and it included several first-time winners, like for Best Male and Female Performance in a Limited Series. Upstart actors Ali Wong and Steven Yeun won for their roles in the show Beef.
Yeah, I'm just so thankful. I'm just the recipient of a long line of compassion and love and protection and goodwill. So I appreciate this.
The movie Barbie came into last night's Golden Globes with the most nominations across the board. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Get that final hour off and rolling here. One more time around on a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. Plenty of room for you at 844-3388. I'm going to get back to Carl here. He was giving his 2 cents worth on Lloyd Austin. Look at your job or my job. I mean, if I'm going to go in and have an elective procedure. Okay, so if I do it on a Friday, I've done my job Friday morning, and if I'm going to find myself back in the hospital and I'm not going to be here for Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday show, and I don't let anybody know, it's like, everything will, nobody will know otherwise, right? How's that going to work out? Pappy, Sergeant Pappy doesn't show up for 2 or 3 days, and he hasn't notified his superiors. Is everything supposed to work fine? I mean, with a lot of people working from home, I mean, maybe you can get by. Nobody noticed otherwise. You hadn't done anything for 3 days. Yeah, most people can't get by with that. I guarantee I'd be out of a job. You didn't let anybody know? You created havoc out here. Representative Pete Sessions said this past day, the Biden administration, he says, doesn't expect people to go to work, much less report that they're undergoing a medical procedure. I mean, Austin ranks just below the president as the top of the U.S. military chain of command. Obviously, yes, under intense scrutiny. Monday, a White House official said Biden is not considering firing Austin. During an appearance on the National Report, Sessions said that what we're learning today is there were people out of the know instead of being in the know. But it shows how much they don't work together. This goes all the way back to Bill Clinton when he was in the White House, completely unaware of the day-to-day activities for intelligence. It's the same type of circumstance that's going on right now. There should be daily briefings. There should be daily conversations and decisions that are being made. That can't be done if they don't even talk to each other. So once again, the White House doesn't even expect people to go to work. So why should they expect the Secretary of Defense to report in? Austin's role requires that he be available to respond to a national security crisis at any moment. Now, he did come out over the weekend. Saturday, he said, I take full responsibility regarding the hospital issue, the lack of communication. And then further, he said, I should have done, I'll do better I'll try to do better. National Security Council spokesman yesterday said Austin has resumed his authority. He's performing his duties, but he is still in the hospital. All right, Pentagon still hasn't no details, and it's probably none of our business. I guess if you go into elective surgery, none of my business what his surgery had to do with. But all right, Carl, thanks for hanging in there.
Thank you, Steve, for holding me over. I have no compassion for this entire administration. I don't have none for them, none of them, okay? They shouldn't even be in office, none of them. And then we can go back to Obama as well. His administration had no business being there. With Benghazi, what happened there? What's going on with this country that we elect officials like this? I mean, we've got to be kidding. The debacle at Benghazi with Hillary Clinton, Secretary of State there, she was responsible for that as well as Obama. All right, and then we go to Afghanistan with Biden here and the withdrawal. 13 members of our military was killed because they can't do a decent withdrawal. Okay, there's people are hanging off of our Air Force airplanes over there. In what world do we do things like that? That was just so disgusting to me as a former Air Force member to watch the Air Force hauling out of there with people hanging off the plane. Mm-hmm. Are you kidding me? I mean, ridiculous, the things that's going on in this country right now. And we can't convict, and we can't go through the procedures and find out the people who are responsible. Well, we've got him. He's red-handed here. He has said that he admits that he did the wrong thing. Okay? He should be court-martialed at the very least. I mean, he's the member. He's the Secretary of Defense. Yes, he is a civilian right now, but he needs to be convicted of the full extent of the law. And Senator Tuberville is responsible to do his job, too, as well. He said that, yes, we need to find out and get to the bottom of this. And they should. And they should impeach him if they've got to. I mean, set him up front for impeachment inquiries. Just like O'Biden and the rest of the Klan. I just can't imagine people who say they want to have compassion over people who are responsible for the death of our service members. Are you kidding me? I mean, this is ridiculous what they have done. So I'll just let it go at that, Steve, and thank you for taking my call.
Well, Carl, good to hear from you. And again, Happy New Year. I know we're a few days in now, right? 9 days in already. The time is flying by. Yes, indeed. Hey, but as Eskimo Mom mentioned earlier, we're only 70 days till spring. You got a lot of long, cold winter days ahead before that time arrives, though, don't we? All right, kind of switching gears quickly here. The question, do we or does the administration, does the Republican-controlled House proceed in a vote to hold Hunter Biden in contempt of Congress? That is the question. Senator Ron Johnson this past day said if the House does indeed vote this week to hold Hunter in contempt of Congress, he does not expect the Attorney General Merrick Garland to follow through with prosecuting the president's son. The House could vote as early as Wednesday on whether to hold Hunter in contempt after he defied the subpoena to appear on December 13th for the closed-door transcribed interview relating to the impeachment investigation of his father. If approved, the House would then refer that recommendation to the Department of Justice, the same Department of Justice that indeed prosecuted former members of the Trump administration for defying subpoenas. Things related to the Democrat-led House investigation into the January 6 events, recall. Now, Johnson said, I have my doubts as to whether or not Garland will equally apply justice. Remember, he prosecuted members of the Trump administration that were voted in contempt of Congress for failing to comply with subpoenas. But let's face it, the Bidens, they're special. I have no idea what Garland would do. It would be a travesty if he does not enforce justice equally and also indict Hunter for contempt of Congress. But, it's hard to predict. About the only thing you can say for sure is that Merrick Garland will probably not be fair this way, and we probably will witness again a dual system of justice in this case. Now, that's his prognostication. Garland could surprise everybody and actually charge him. But the fact of the matter is, the White House press secretary, we know that Hunter supposedly actually even discussed this with his father, the president, his plan to not comply with the subpoena. These are the kind of things that make you wonder. The weaponization of the government. Has Joe spoke with Garland and already and made sure that he doesn't charge his son for contempt? You just don't know all these things that are going on behind closed doors. Backroom deals that are happening all over the place in D.C. We'll be back after this. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
What do we have? Indianapolis. I don't know that we touched on it. It was in the trucking-related headlines, but there was so few details available. I don't think I even shared the story a couple of weeks ago. Out of Indianapolis, where Indianapolis Metro Police released an edited video from the incident that involved a truck driver being shot and killed back in late November. It was a hostage situation. Officers responded to a 911 call on, this was November 30th, about 7:20 p.m. An employee at a McDonald's, after a customer told them they heard a woman calling for help from the cab of a semi in the parking lot. This is near Interstate 69 and 465 on the southwest side. When officers arrived, a witness directed them to the semi, where they said they had heard the screams come from. The officers knocked on the truck, but said the driver, who is 60-year-old Lamont Bland, was in the sleeper cabin. Bland would look through a curtain at them, but then he'd go back into the sleeper. They claim an officer then put their ear up against the side of the cabin and they could hear the woman screaming inside. Officers called for Bland to open the door. He did not respond. An officer then used a baton to break out a window. Bland can be heard saying on the video, "Stop it, I've got a knife to her throat." When officers tried to talk to Bland, he can be heard saying on the video, "I'm going to kill her right now. I ain't got nothing to lose," he said. The woman can then be heard stating that she was bleeding, that he cut her, and she was asking for help. As officers continued to talk with Bland, he said, "I'm going to cut her throat." The officer, later identified as 26-year-old veteran Lieutenant Brandon Mills, fired a single shot, striking Bland, who died inside the truck. The woman received medical attention at the scene for several lacerations. She was taken to the homicide office to be interviewed about what happened. Officers indeed found a razor blade with blood on it inside the sleeper compartment of the cab. In an update further, the victim told detectives that before intervention from officers, the suspect pulled her into the cabin of the semi, held her against her will for hours, and the suspect claimed the victim had stolen something from him previously. In the video released by police, the woman could be heard telling them the attack lasted for 6 hours. It doesn't really say whether the victim knew the individual or not, but I assume somehow they had some sort of an association. Don't know what it might have been, but he said she stole something from him previously. Knucklebuster, what's going on?
Oh, man, it's still windy as hell out here, Steve. I mean, it's got some good, steady wind, and then next thing you know, you're going to need a new seat cushion because you get a gust of wind, right? Well, I ain't got no rope to read because I'm too scared to turn loose this steering wheel there, but anyway, Tennessee's got a video on TikTok there. She's getting to be world famous. See, she's got 40-something thousand views on that thing already. It's a turtle, and what you do is it's like a green ring, and you put it on top of your clothes in the dryer, spin the drum around, and they all fall into this turtle. And then you just pick it up and pull them all out of the dryer all at one time instead of having to try to bear hug them there. So she loves that thing. So I told her, more power, get it on, woman. So Paige Spearneck, she's got a problem with TikTok too. See, she says they're shadowing out her cleavage there. So. I'm saying leave my girl's page alone there. We like, if she wants to show that cleavage, let us see it there, right?
More power to her, absolutely.
Did you see that? Yeah. Did you see that Peyton Manning and Emmitt Smith Bud Light commercial?
I have not seen that. No, sir.
Yeah, that surprised me. I guess he done it for the money. They're trying to get a good image going back for Bud Light. But I didn't drink Bud Light before Dylan Mulvaney, and I ain't gonna drink no Bud Light after Dylan Mulvaney either. Even with Peyton helping them out there. Yeah. But at least Eli had more sense. He done a commercial with Snoop Dogg on that Corona beer there. So, to me, he had more common sense anyway. At least he was on a beach, not in a bar itself. All right, well, I'm going to cut out of here and have yourself a great morning. I told you earlier that together we can, and the last line is make a difference in people's lives as long as we do it together. And that's all of my bull on it for today, and have a great day, Mr. Steve Summers.
All righty, Knucklebuster, good to hear from you. Thank you very much. Had the Postal Service in different locales around the country, where government vehicles are being mandated to go electric. All right, so the process is beginning. And it's not beginning too well in some cases. Stolen electric vehicle charging station equipment and office thefts at the U.S. Postal Service. Somewhat troubling signs for agency watchdogs as the Postal Service begins moving toward electrifying their delivery fleet. Concern about the thefts and the ability of the Postal Service to protect their assets appears in a new audit report published by the Postal Service Office of Inspector General, which says we found that management controls over the storage of charging stations were not effective. Specifically, facility management did not employ necessary physical safety measures designed to protect and deter the theft of Postal Service assets. Lax safeguards at a facility in Topeka, Kansas led to 2 thefts valued at approximately $59,000 plus for stolen information technology assets like computer monitors, printers, docking stations, along with $7,700 worth of stolen charging station equipment. Now, these thefts occurred last year during the initial phase of the fleet replacement strategy, which includes acquiring 106,000 vehicles with deliveries expected through 2028. Details of that plan announced in 22 include at least 66,000 battery electric delivery vehicles, including 45,000 purpose-built battery electric-powered next-generation delivery vehicles, NGDVs, and then 21,000 battery electric-powered commercial off-the-shelf vehicles, whatever that means, COTS for short, COTS, commercial off-the-shelf vehicles. All NGDVs with deliveries beginning in 2026 and COTS vehicles deliveries beginning between 26 and 28 will be 100% electric vehicles. I don't know if you've had a chance to check it out. I shared a little video this past morning on my personal Facebook page. A gentleman who owns an electric vehicle, kind of standing at the electric vehicle charging station, who breaks down the numbers, who gives the math, explaining just how much his vehicle is consuming at that particular charging station. He's at a stop where there, I believe, is a total of 6 vehicle chargers there. It's a 350 kilowatt per charging outlet station. And it kind of breaks down. You put it into perspective, how the average home consumes X amount of kilowatts per hour. And he's using, at that moment, 135 kilowatts per hour. He said, now, if I bump this up to 350 kilowatts, which I could do, say, for example, all 6 of these chargers are being used at 350 kilowatts per hour, that would be enough electricity to supply 1,000, and was it 1,080 or 1,000, some astronomical, 1,080 homes on the actual grid. Just think about that for a moment.
USA News Update. The sound of protesters in Israel, as it's been 3 months and people are questioning where are the hostages and what's being done to get them out. Israelis who are missing a loved one kidnapped by Hamas terrorists back on October 7th, protesting in Tel Aviv and setting up a long table with more than 100 empty white chairs with color pictures of those still being held. In other news, in light of the war in Ukraine and the war in the Middle East, it seems it would be a good idea to know where the U.S. Defense Secretary is, but we are learning more about his absence. Lloyd Austin, turns out, was in the hospital as the result of complications from a medical procedure, and he was even in ICU for a period. Problem is, he reportedly didn't inform the White House for a few days. He was hospitalized Monday, and reporters at the Pentagon first alerted to the situation on Friday. And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
You know, when you grow up in a village the size of Ludowici like I did, you make friends that are solid and hard and fast, and they last you all a life. We've lived in a lot of big cities around the countryside. We lived in New York and Buffalo and and all kinds of big places. And in the big towns, you make acquaintances. But in the little towns, in the villages of the United States, you make friends. And there's a big difference. And I grew up in a little town. And the family that I was closest to in Ludowici was the Fergusons. There was Mr. Bass Ferguson, who was the granddaddy of them all. There's Mr. Green Ferguson and his wife, Miss Agnes. And there was 9 Ferguson kids. And I grew up loving that whole family of Fergusons. And my closest friend was, and still is to this day, Raymond Coote Ferguson. Raymond and I was born on the same day, 10 minutes apart, and I literally grew up like a twin brother to Raymond Ferguson. We went to school together, and we hunted together, and we fished together, and we stayed in trouble together all our lives. Raymond stayed in more trouble than I did. Mr. Green or Mr. Bass or somebody was always hollering at him, "Damn it, Ray, get out of there. Damn it, Ray, don't do that." Or, "Damn it, Ray, come on over here." And we just naturally started calling him Damn It Ray. Damn it, Ray Ferguson. It nearly about became his legal name. He got carried away. Damn It Ray was and is my best friend. Now, Mr. Bass Ferguson, who was the granddaddy of the Fergusons, had a filling station and a store right down the road from Ludowici near a little town called Doctortown, a little community called Doctortown. Our store was about a quarter mile off the highway between Ludowici and Jessup. And when you drove up to the store, off to the left was where folks would park when they'd come and they was going to visit for a while. And then off to the right, there was a little path that ran down around the side of that store, and it had a little 2-rail fence along there, and it was whitewashed. Mr. Bass had decorated that fence. He'd hung some tires on it and decorated the whole thing, whitewashed it all, and it was beautiful. One of the biggest gum trees in all of Long County, Georgia, sitting right alongside that little path. Big branches spreading shade out over the benches where the setters and spitters and whittlers would sit on an afternoon. There was an old grease rack, and there was a little path that led off to the back of that little country store. That store was just a little old whitewashed 3-room building. Well, now, in the back of that store, down that little path, there was 2 privies. Now, since the Rainbow Filling Station, Garage, and Grocery Store was one of the few stops between Savannah and Jessup, well, Mr. Bass got the traffic from most of the log trucks that come by, and he'd get a carload of tourists every now and then. He got all the folks from Doctortown and Ludowici itself. And, of course, the Greyhound bus would stop there twice a day, Monday through Saturday, and 3 times on Sunday. Well, Mr. Bass had built 2 privies, 2 3-hole privies for the convenience of his patrons. Now, friends, let me tell you that a 2-hole privy was a sign of rich folks in Long County, Georgia. But 3-hole privies was unheard of. There wasn't another one in all of South Georgia. Well, them 2 3-hole privies was the pride and joy of all of us in Middle Long County, Georgia. In 1947, when me and Damn It Ray was 14 years old, Damn It Ray sent off to Jacksonville, Florida, and he got one of them kits that you can make a radio and a loudspeaker out of. Damn It Ray liked electrical things. He was a tinkerer, and he fooled around with stuff all the time, and he made himself this radio and loudspeaker set. When he finished that kit, he had him a radio that would pick up WSB in Atlanta, Georgia, and WBT in Charlotte, and the Grand Ole Opry on WSM, and WWL in New Orleans, pick up all the way from down there. We used to get together at night, and we'd listen to mystery programs. We'd listen to Grand Central Station and Inner Sanctum and Mr. District Attorney, and every now and then Damn It Ray would fling that switch, and he'd holler in there like scare us all right out of our drawers. We'd be sitting there listening to that radio. Well, one week, Mr. Bass went into Savannah on the bus, and he came back. That was the most thrilled man I ever saw in my life. He had been to the Greyhound bus station in Atlanta, Georgia, and they had them a PA system where they could announce when the bus was going to leave. And he had gone and bought one of them kits and brought it back and give it to Damn It Ray and me and said, "Build me one of them loudspeaker systems that I can use at the Rainbow Filling Station, Garage, and Grocery Store." So for the next 2 weeks, me and Damn It Ray worked on building that loudspeaker system. Well, come the big day, man, we got out there and we strung wires and we put that loudspeaker in, and Mr. Bass had gone to Jessup and he'd bought some car radio speakers out of an old junkyard. He had about 6 of them. And we put one of them up underneath the eaves of the store pointing out toward the road, run them wires across the top of that little whitewash fence with them tires hanging on up into that gum tree and cross back down into them 2 privies. Mr. Bass had wired his filling station, garage, and grocery store for a PA system. Well, Saturday morning was the big day, the first day we was going to use it. We all got down there about 10 o'clock. Mr. Green, Ferguson, Dammit Ray's daddy was there. Me and my daddy got down there. And you can't imagine, half of Long County, Georgia was there for the celebration. Man, it was going to be the first day that we was going to use the loudspeaker system. Well, about 10 o'clock we got there, and the first bus was due in at 11, and we all wanted to be there early so we wouldn't miss anything. Folks were milling around and drinking them knee-high sodas, and there was a few fellers that had started a little bit early on some of that wonderful corn whiskey that's made down there. That flock of chickens was strutting around in the front, and that old black and tan hound with the mange and the infected ear was laying right in the middle of that path that went back to them privies, and folks were swapping stories, waiting on that bus to come from Savannah. 11:10, that Greyhound bus pulled in, and all them folks kind of let out a little cheer. And the folks come piling off the bus, and they were all smiling and grinning and wondering what was going on. And that bus driver got off, and we told him what was happening, and he was as thrilled as we were, because he's from Drawdy, Georgia, his own self, and that ain't as big as Ludowici. So he was delighted. Well, we was all standing around there, and they was drinking them soda pops and having a time, and me and Dammit Ray was manning the microphone inside the Rainbow Filling Station, garage, and grocery store. And about 4 or 5 minutes before that bus was due to leave, we seen the most hugest fat lady go walking down that path toward that little 2-3 hole privies back there. She had on a yellow dress with orange and brown flowers all over it. She had on one of them Carmen Miranda hats, had bananas and apples and grapes all sticking out of the top of it, had about a number 6 wash bucket size purse on her arm, and she was going to be the first one to hear the loudspeaker system. And we watched her real good. She went in that pink 3-hole privy and shut the door, and we give her about a minute and a half to get herself all settled. And folks, the door of that privy just kind of blew right off the hinges. Woo! That fat woman comes screaming up that thing. She come out of there like she had a bee in her drawers. She was trying to pull her drawers up and her dress down with one hand and hold on her hat with the other and hang on to her purse too. And she'd throwed that toilet paper right up in there, and it was hanging on one of them nanners and stringing along behind her. She come running up that path. She hit that, bounced off that old dog with the mange and the infected ear, tripped over him, bumped into that gum tree, bounced off that grease rack, and just kind of drove herself in one of them tires. That old hound jumped up and looked over there and seen that skirt up over her head and them drawers, them old Martha White drawers hanging down around. He thought he'd treed the coon. Oh! He commenced to bellering and hollering. That bus driver was crying, and he run over there and he shut his eyes and he tried to get her unstuck from that tire she was stuck in. My daddy got to laughing, and he tripped over one of them hoses and fell right face first and killed 6 of them chickens that was strutting around there. And me and Dammit Ray set off to running. Mr. Green come running out of that store, and he grabbed up a 1x4, and he jerked up Dammit Ray by the straps of them overalls, and he whooped him, beat him, turned him upside down over one of them log truck wheels and started whooping on him. And I was crying and laughing, and I seen my daddy coming, and I quit laughing and started crying full time. And I run over and I grabbed Mr. Green, and I said, "Mr. Green, don't beat Dammit Ray no more. I'll tell you what happened. We had run them wires back down to that pink 3-hole privy, and we had put them speakers down inside that hole. And we give that fat lady about a minute and a half to get herself settled, and Dammit Ray snatched up that microphone and he hollered in it and he said, "Come on, lady, move over to one of them other holes. I'm trying to paint down here."
All righty, way to go. Charlie Douglas from the Classic Files. Thank you so much. Hello to Kentucky Ken. Good morning to the Overnight Drive crew. Steve Summers, Kentucky Ken, still in training right now. Hopefully everybody's well. I'll check in soon. All right, safe travels. Look forward to hearing from you, Kentucky Ken. You kind of caught us all by surprise. Didn't know you were making a job change for the new year, right? And there's Rick in Columbus on board. Obviously, this Tuesday morning. Hope you're doing well there. Gary. Hello, Mr. Montgomery. Another topic we discuss on a fairly regular basis on this program is what I refer to as the nonsensical Green New Deal. The billions, the trillions, ultimately we're looking to supposedly save our planet, right? Oftentimes, Vic will chime in, sharing with us that this planet operates. It is a living, breathing planet. Things change. Even our own climate czar, what's his name? There, Herman Munster, the guy that's in charge, admits that the planet, there was he got cornered not too long ago. Well, when he admitted, many thousands of years ago, he said, well, there was all this volcanic activity and things of that nature. And the interviewer said, what do you mean? We don't have that anymore? We don't have come on. Yes, all these things impact our climate. And for as much as we think we can control things, if you'll indulge me for a moment, I want to share an example here. Recently produced data. There was a major volcanic eruption January 15 of 2022. We're approaching the 2-year anniversary. It was the Hunga Haipai volcano, which produced the largest underwater explosion ever recorded by modern scientific instruments, blasting an enormous amount of water and volcanic gases higher than any other eruption in the satellite era. 2 research papers have now detailed how that water vapor rapidly affected the Earth's stratosphere. I mean, we're talking 10 to 31 miles above the surface of the planet, causing an unexpectedly large loss of ozone, an unexpectedly rapid formation of aerosols. With all these, it seems like every 10 years we have a new crisis. We're going to go into another ice age, the 70s. Yeah, do you remember the one where the 80s we're going to run out of fuel? Fossil fuel will become non-existent. Peak energy. That was a hoax. I think it was the 90s. The depletion of the ozone. Remember when we made all these changes? Why it cost you today so much to have your HVAC system, your air conditioning system worked on? We have to reclaim the. We cannot release this refrigerant. It's depleting the ozone. We can't use spray-on deodorants, aerosols. We got to get rid of all this. Rapid loss of the ozone caused by what? A volcanic eruption? This is all new to us. Up until now, sulfur has been the primary focus of research when it comes to volcanic eruptions, according to the scientists now working with NOAA's Global Monitoring Laboratory. She led one of the 2 recent studies while at the NOAA Chemical Science Laboratory studying the Hunga Tonga showed that other gases like water vapor, surprise, can have a profound impact on these outcomes. Hunga Tonga offered a unique opportunity to observe the immediate atmospheric impacts of a massive volcanic eruption. When news broke of the eruption, the senior climate scientist at the Chemical Sciences Laboratory immediately contacted colleagues on the island of La Reunion, which is in the Indian Ocean about 8,000 miles away from that volcano, but directly in the path of the dispersing eruptive plume. Just days later, colleagues, the University of Houston, the St. Edward's University, were on flights bound for the island, carrying atmospheric instruments to measure things. The rapid deployment of the balloon-borne observations at Reunion Island confirmed the unprecedented amount of water vapor, an estimated 150 million tons that was injected into the stratosphere by this eruption. The balloon payloads also carried instruments to measure ozone and sulfur dioxide, in addition to carrying portable optical particulate spectrometers to determine the abundance of injected aerosol, which was used to calculate the rate at which new aerosol particles were formed downwind of the volcano. The rapid response by NOAA and the partner scientists providing insights that would have been impossible if the measurements were taken a month later. You had to do it right now. Our measurements showed that stratospheric ozone concentrations decreased rapidly, as much as 30%, in air with the highest water vapor concentrations in the immediate wake of the eruption. The lead author of the study and other recent studies published in the journal Science, continuing to measure ozone concentrations depleted by about 5% across the Indian and Pacific Ocean 2 weeks following the eruption. Scientists, they tell us, have long understood fundamentally that chlorine-containing molecules react with sulfate aerosols containing water vapor in the stratosphere, converting them to active form that destroys ozone. These were the first measurements that ever captured the effect. While Evan examined the impacts to ozone, other research focused their attention on the particle measurements collected by the POPs. Volcanic aerosols are profoundly important for global climate, as demonstrated by the 1991 Mount Pinatubo eruption that cooled the planet by 0.9 degrees Fahrenheit for nearly 2 years. They can also act as surfaces upon which rapid chemical reactions can take place, leading to the destruction of ozone. By combining the data from the balloon measurements with global satellite data, they found that a large, dense layer of aerosol particles formed in the stratosphere faster than they had ever seen before. These findings were published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. The tremendous amount of water vapor that this volcano sent to the stratosphere led to a rapid production of sulfate aerosol particles that we were able to observe within days of the eruption. Under normal atmospheric conditions, sulfate aerosols form from sulfur dioxide on a time scale of about a month. In this case, rapid measurements provided crucial clues for determining the chemical and microphysical process required to cause these effects. Clues that would have vanished if those measurements had literally been taken just a month later. We're learning a lot, aren't we? Do you really? 0.9 degrees, yes. And we're doing all this Green New Deal stuff trying to prevent a 2 degrees Celsius change in global temperature. One volcanic eruption, folks. Well, let's just have multiple volcanic eruptions. What kind of impact would that have on our planet? It's all about the money. It's all a fictitious hoax. Will the mainstream media ever present that information to you? Or, probably not. All right, we're headed down the home stretch here. Real quick, let me jump over. Oh, yeah, right. Rick said, don't forget the cows. Don't forget the farting cows. because we're supposed to stop eating meat and start eating bugs for protein because those cows are creating climate change. Real quick, FedEx expecting their Air Express unit will lose half of its business with the U.S. Postal Service when an existing contract expires, making more pilots expendable. According to FreightWaves this past day, the Postal Service 3 years ago began shifting a large amount of volume from air to ground transportation to reduce red ink and become more competitive. Declining postal volumes have been a significant drag on FedEx Express recent performance. According to company officials, postal delivery at 29 daytime cities where FedEx flies domestically is in jeopardy of being eliminated at the end of the government's fiscal year, according to FedEx's Vice President of Flight Operations and Training, warning in a recent meeting with a group of supervisory pilots. If I were to bet, he says, quote, I think we lose 50% of our daytime flying. The loss of a substantial portion of postal service work means FedEx will have 200 to 300 more excess pilots by October of this year. The cargo airline plans to lower guaranteed flight hours for pilots and offer early retirement packages because it already has hundreds of surplus pilots with the shipping market in a prolonged downturn. Postal Service, the transformation has reduced the volume of first-class mail and packages moved through air by carriers by 90% in the past 2.5 years, according to the Postmaster General. Air transportation expenses decreased $600 million year over year, or more than 16% in the fiscal period that ended September 30, due to the lower package volumes and the diversion from air to the motor carriers. The Postal Service has also revealed plans to diversify their mix of air carriers. That drop in postal traffic contributed to a 6% decline in revenue for the FedEx Express unit. Struggling with lower profits, Express volumes were down more than 10% for 3 consecutive quarters through last February, then began to shrink at single-digit levels for the rest of 2023. So coming up at, again, fiscal year, October to October, what kind of impact might that have on FedEx Express? But obviously, we know the U.S. Postal Service, which has been burning money at an incredible rate, has been doing all they can to try to reduce their losses. All right, so we'll close it out right there here on a Tuesday morning. Thanks so much for spending some time with us. Be safe. Safe travels out there. I know it's going to be an ugly day. Travelers' weather, severe weather in the mix, our big winter storm. We'll come back with all the latest and have a better handle on the next system coming in just several days later on our Wednesday morning program.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I